Hello, everybody. How you doing today? Chris Jordan here, coming at you live for but a moment from Austin, Texas. I hope everybody is doing all right. Getting ready to round things off into the upcoming holidays, all kinds of stuff. I just wanted to take a minute. Tonight's episode is pre-recorded, by the way. It is a pre-recorded episode, everybody. I'll be there for a little while in the chats, things like that. We have a chat bot. We have an official chat bot. It's up on the website. We're working on the login right now, but thank you to listener and Curionaut out there, James Dancer. He is our good friend who created the chat bot for us. So if you have a question about paranormal things, cryptids, any topics that we discuss in tonight's episode, feel free to visit curiousrealm.com/AI. You can go, it is a chat GPT AI, and it will answer all kinds of awesome questions for you. So stop on by, have some fun for that, folks. Our episode tonight is about 5 hours long, so get ready for it. But it'll be ending up around 1 a.m. Central. I'll wake up and come out and stop the stream at that point. But for those of you that don't know, this last weekend I was out live at, it was, sorry, I'm so tired. I've literally been editing for like 15 hours. We had audio issues apparently with one of our pieces of gear, so I got to recover audio, all kinds of fun stuff. But this is a 5-hour-long episode from Stairway to the Stars in Las Vegas. We had a chance to go out this last week with our good friend, Kathleen Ball, Knights Templar researcher. We went out and helped her with tech for the conference and helped her with her table, things like that. So I was like, why not take the camera? Why not go out and get some interviews? So we got Steve Bassett coming up. We got all kinds of researchers. We got the voice of Oak Island and Ancient Aliens coming up. We got who else? Ronny LeBlanc is on. Get ready for some actual channeling on the show. We will have Arcturus Ra on the show, who is an Arcturian scientist and fleet commander. He has some messages for us about humanity and where we are going. We also have some full-on experiencer and abductee with a friend that we've made at MUFON symposiums, who just happened to catch me on Facebook and was like, hey, I'm in the middle of writing a book about my experience. So Eric, welcome to the show. We have our good friend Jim Lawrence, who we've also met at MUFON Con, on tonight. We have, who else? Geez, I'm trying to remember. I'm looking at her artwork right now on my wall. Hold on. This amazing stuff right here from Suzanne Walter. She actually, if you see that texture on the painting, that is actual like crystal dust and stuff like that. She incorporates the actual healing crystals inside of her artwork. So we'll be talking with her this evening. It's going to be a great episode. We have all kinds of stuff, everything from Knights Templar to channeling from other star systems to Bigfoot to a disclosure with Steve Bassett to remote viewing with Miss Dolan. So yeah, I'm sorry. I am tired. I am punchy, folks. I am not even lying. I have been going nonstop since about 2 a.m. So anyway, without further ado, here comes episode 102, coming to you from Stairway to the Stars at the Luxor in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to this episode of The Curious Realm. Chris Jordan here, coming to you live from the Luxor in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, for the 2023 Stairway to the Stars Conference, brought to you by the Gaia Network, Fade to Black, and Lila Quantum Tech. We will be talking to all kinds of researchers, everything from UFO, UAP, to disclosure topics, people who channel beings from other realms, people who talk with galactic ambassadors. We will be talking with Bigfoot researchers, all kinds of things, a huge number of researchers, authors, vendors here. Let's go ahead and hop on in and see what it's all about. Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the official coverage of the Stairway to the Stars Conference here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. We are here with our good friend and guest, Kathleen Ball. She is the author of the new book, A Grail Quest, Discovery of a Knights Templar Cave in Brazil. How are you doing?
I'm doing great.
Always glad to have you on the show. I'm glad to see you here. You've had a great response at your table.
Absolutely.
Here at the first day. It has been fantastic. So tell everybody a little bit about your research and how you came to researching the Knights Templar to begin with.
Well, it basically started with an NDE in 1990. I should say it jump-started with that. I believe that I have been on some sort of a quest my entire life, but it jump-started in 1990 when I was 33 years old, and I had a near-death experience. And from that time forward, I started researching just all esoteric belief systems. And, you know, I had been a sort of a mentor of Leonardo da Vinci, which I learned how to draw from his line. I used his line. And I found out that he had been involved with King Francis I in France and had been exposed to a lot of esoteric knowledge, right? So that really spurred it for me, and I dug in. I started studying the Palais des Sions and just all these different Masons, and I bumped into the Templars, right? Okay. Well, so in 2006 or 2003, Holy Blood, Holy Grail, one of them came out, and I read that, and then of course the Da Vinci Code came out not long after that, and then the film came out, and I was in Italy when that film came out. Oh, wow. Yeah, so I was over there delivering a portrait that I had done of Leonardo da Vinci to the Vinci Museum and for their permanent collection. Oh, wow. And taking a tour of students all through Europe, following the path of Leonardo da Vinci. So that led me into Amboise, France, which is where he died. And I found out that King Francis I was into all these esoteric beliefs, and that they had brought in, he was married to Catherine Medici, right? Yep. And so the Medicis got all of this stuff from the Holy Land, right? They brought back all this stuff, and I don't know if they were affiliated with the Templars or what. Yeah, I'm trying to remember if the Medicis were one of the first families to actively own the Shroud of Turin, if I'm not mistaken. Well, they may have. It's rumored that they did. Yeah. And which is the line of thought that leads people to believe that that's how Leonardo da Vinci got a hold of it. Or had possibly even made it. Well, it's one of the many hypotheses. He didn't make the material itself. That's the image on the material. Yeah. But he may have, he may have used a photographic process of some sort and actually done it, and I wouldn't be surprised. You will. Because he was a brilliant man. Absolutely. But anyway, so he was really kind of the one that led me to the Templars eventually. And fast forward to 2009, I went over to France. We ended up in Dome, France. I was given the keys to the dungeon where they held the Templars. Wow. And from 1307 to 1314, and photographed all of the graffiti that was in the dungeon, right? So that was the information that fast forward 6 years later, when I actually went to Brazil and found the cave completely by accident, synchronicity, I was able to identify it because all the same symbols were in the cave. Yeah. All the same graffiti was in the cave. Well, and even your work as a master in art history, things like that, like you have a different realm of
a different way of looking at architecture, a different way of looking at the way it melds with art, and even with the graffiti that people put places. And once again, to see the matching graffiti from so many different locations, not only across Central Europe, or I guess Eastern Europe, Western Europe, but all the way over to the New World. That's pretty incredible to be able to see the similarities.
Well, you do, because as an artist, you're trained to see, and most people don't really see. They really don't. But as an artist, I notice every single detail that is going on. You know, I had a photographic memory almost entirely until I was in my early 30s. And so I had that ability to capture, you know, details everywhere. And so I started doing comparative studies, really, you know, with spiritual belief systems and India and Tibet and Africa and Egypt and Native American, North American, Native and Southern American. And I even found some belief systems of the Ainu in Japan, all the same thing. They were all teaching the same thing, which is the alchemical process that you go through. So my book, The Grail Quest, is basically my alchemical process.
Interesting.
You know, that's basically what it is.
Well, and you know, not many people realize that a lot of alchemy is symbolism. It was all written in encrypted ways. When COVID first started, I probably had about a good 8-9 month just deep dive into various alchemical texts on my tablet, downloading them, purchasing them, things like that. And the two things that struck me were specifically the philosophic background of it, as well as the religious background of it, and the idea of it. Once you start reading it, it wasn't necessarily the search for how to turn lead to gold. It was how to turn this lead to gold, and how to purify your own self.
Absolutely.
And it's even to look into numerous of the locations that the Knights Templar have that are quite obviously places of initiation, built specifically for that. And when you start looking at the symbology that is at those locations. We were talking just last night, you and I, over dinner about Rosslyn Chapel. And the idea that there is an entire piece of music written from cymatic symbols that are on columns in the chapel that had been there for thousands of years. It took somebody who knew what cymatics was to go, hey, that kind of looks familiar to a solfeggio frequency.
Exactly.
Going through frequency ranges and actually finding the exact same pattern that is tied to a note in the musical scale.
And it all comes down to music because it's all frequency. Everything is frequency. Everything. The only difference between your hand and this table is the frequency at which it's vibrating.
That's right.
The only difference between this dimension that we are inhabiting and other dimensions, like the angelic dimension, and I learned this in my near-death experience, is the frequency at which the entities are vibrating at.
I heard a fantastic explanation from somebody at the MUFON conference this last year that I have just lifted, because it was such a beautifully simplistic explanation of three-dimensional objects cast a two-dimensional shadow. Fourth-dimensional objects cast a three-dimensional shadow. And that just logically made so much entire sense. Because, regularly, you've been on the show before. I talk regularly about the fact that, yes, everything is all frequency. That we see and hear a very minimal slice of the entire spectrum. And to think that what we see and hear is processing all of it is fallacy.
But that wasn't always the case.
No.
If you go
No.
back, I mean, the ancient Egyptians documented it, and many cultures have documented that there was a time in history, often referred to as the Lemurian time, which preceded Atlantis,
Yep.
where we experienced all of life, what the Egyptians called it 360 senses. Right? That's the terminology, the Commission, the ancient Egyptians used. But basically what that means is that you embody everything that exists outside of you, so you know it innately. You know the existence and the makeup of a star. You know the existence and you understand the cat, the dog, the dinosaur, whatever it is that is in your world. You understand it completely. And your senses are opened up.
Oh, yeah.
So we're now coming out of the Kali Yuga up into the Dwapara Yuga. That's one way of explaining it.
Sure.
We are returning to a time when we will have and be able to enable us to use all those senses again. That's why there's an increase in telepathy. That's why there's, if you and I are having this conversation, we would not have had this conversation 25 years ago.
It would have been a much harder conversation to ply.
Absolutely.
That's for certain.
Absolutely.
There has been a rapidity with which this revelation, I think, has come upon mankind here in the last decade, to see the acceptance of so many different fields of study that for the longest time have been thrown into the catch-all Kleenex bin called paranormal. Where even many people would say that this would burgeon on that, because of some of the concepts talked about in it. But when you look at ancient civilizations, Minoa, Egypt, ancient Greece, all of these people had an intense, intimate knowledge of frequency, sound, and actively used these things in their religious spaces.
And not only that, but they used them to manipulate the elements. So they were able to literally liquefy, because they understood the makeup. Right, the subatomic makeup. So they were able to liquefy stones, which is what I believe is how the stones were put together in Egypt and also at Machu Picchu.
Where it looks like they've been melted and reconstituted.
They literally have those knobs, those little knobs. Those, to me, as a sculptor, right, I immediately identified those as keys.
Mold keys.
Right, mold keys. To keep that from slipping, right, within the mold itself. So, immediately I knew what that was. And so immediately I knew that was the reason why they were so close together. That's why you couldn't get a piece of paper through there, because they were molded right into each other.
And even the process of molding, just to talk about how, whether you're talking about molding a ring, whether you're talking about molding a coin, whether you're talking about molding concrete, these things, the methods in which it's done have been pretty well unchanged, aside from some modernization of materials, aside from, look, we have a better lubricant to coat the inside of a mold with so that we don't break as many pieces whenever we pull it apart.
Well, that's
things like that.
by the materials that you use. Sure. And that's subjective. It just depends on the materials that you use. They use different materials. They had a conglomerate, a cement type. And that used in the Bosnian period. That we can't even reproduce today.
We just figured out the chemical makeup of Roman concrete.
Exactly.
Just nailed it. Just within the last 6 months, they have announced, yes, we have confirmed the actual makeup. We have confirmed it. It's taken us that long to figure out how Roman concrete was made, because they live on an isthmus. They're right up the road from Mount Etna, right down the road from another volcano, they regularly have issues. It's funny how modern buildings are almost all but destroyed in these earthquakes in Italy, but the Colosseum still stands.
Exactly. And so, so does Machu Picchu, and so does, all these places that I've traveled all over the world. They're still standing, They're still standing now.
No, that's all right. The microphone was falling down there.
Oh, okay.
but yeah.
So, I mean, I knew immediately when I went to these places initially. I mean, I didn't know how they did it, but I suspected it was some type of mold process because of the keys. And the more I travel, the more I'm convinced that that's how they did it.
Well, and the Templars specifically, even before they were the good poor knights, and even before they had their apostolic blessing from the Pope and their charge from the Pope to form an actual order,
right.
We're a conglomerate of knights who went about and found these buildings and found these building methods.
Right. And you find them all over the world. And they're, not always attributed to the Templars, but they are Templar, and you can tell that they're Templar. Timothy Hogan was just talking about this in Ethiopia, and I mean all over there. India, they're in Egypt. They were everywhere. They traveled all over the globe. And so that's what my next book is going to be about, the Templar agenda.
Yeah. Well, and not many people realize that in addition to master bankers, master builders, they were amazing nauticists. They knew the ocean.
Yeah,
they knew how to traverse the ocean. And,
absolutely.
And just about every trade route out there they were a part of.
And secretly.
Yeah.
And they did it secretly. When the Templars from Portugal initially went into South America, they called it Veracruz, which means the true cross. And they told everyone when they came back into Europe that it was an island, so that nobody else would go over there and bother with an island.
Yeah. Yeah, because if there's a mainland, then there's trade. There's riches that you can go mine.
Yeah,
things
there's
like
gold,
that.
there's silver, there's blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And the whole time they were bringing back gold from my cave.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Well, let's get into that a little bit, because once you've actually discovered the cave in Brazil, exactly what were the Templars using that for? Because you actively went and interviewed local tribes, things like that. They had a relationship.
Yes, they did.
With the local tribe.
Yes, they did. And it's with my research, I have found that the Amazonian tribes actually either escorted or in some way accompanied them from Bahia, from the coast of Brazil, all the way into central Brazil, which is where Alto Paraíso is, which is where I found the cave. So, and that route actually is supposed to go all the way from the Atlantic to the Pacific. And recently, within the last 2 years, the Templars themselves have done a pilgrimage, and they have traversed that route that started in Central America, went up into Bahia and across, and there's Mason marks along this trail.
Oh, wow.
Templar Mason marks.
Wow.
So, so they were doing this. If my research is correct, and I'm still, of course, always looking for better ways to establish the dating, but so far, some of the symbols that are inside my cave are found in Peniche, and they were constructed in 1190.
Oh, wow.
The buildings that they're found on. So this graffiti, that's Templar graffiti, was actually etched into the sides of these buildings in 1190. And
so that was before the time of persecution.
Oh, yeah, far. And I really believe that they were going over there before the time of the persecution. I don't know how far back yet, but it could be anywhere between 1190 from my research to 1315. Anywhere in between there. With the symbols that I have found and dated in other areas, those same symbols that are in the cave tell me that they had to have been visiting back and forth to between 1190 and 1315.
Wow.
So, and the cave is a gold mine.
Interesting.
Yeah, the cave is a gold mine, so they were bringing gold back and forth from Brazil into Portugal for, how long? Hundreds of years, possibly.
Yeah.
And I believe this is why King Dinas, in the 1300s, while they were being persecuted, supported them and actually built a nautical school in Peniche.
Oh, wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Right.
And an unbeknownst nautical school, right? One
It was totally on the QT. And I think that was done so that they could secretly travel back and forth, even as the Knights of Christ, which they later became, back and forth to Brazil, and they could continually to bring that gold back.
Yeah. And there were a couple points in this that I think really bear witness the fact that, once again, not many people realize that there was a prolonged persecution of the Knights Templar.
Oh my God.
It didn't just like, hey, you know what? These guys don't want to help me persecute the Jewish people. They don't want to help me, wipe out my debt to them as the King of France. It wasn't an overnight thing that happened where just suddenly Jacques de Molay was taken down and burned. They were persecuted for years.
Yeah, they were
that.
persecuted. Well, you have to remember, okay, so all the kings were broke. All the kings in Europe were broke because they had supported the Holy Wars. Okay, when the Templars lost that was their downfall. When they lost that last battle in 1290, they came back to Europe and they had no use as far as the kings were concerned.
Yeah.
Right?
You weren't protecting
crusaders.
pilgrims anymore.
Right,
You are
right. And they had become so powerful. They were the bankers, and they owned massive amounts of land all through Europe, right? So that's a threat to royalty.
Yeah.
They see that as a threat. And then you add that to the fact that King Philip owed them tremendous amount of money, a debt left over from his father, and he couldn't pay it back.
Yep.
So the first thing he did was take all the Jews' property and money and everything they had, and guess where they went? They went to Portugal, under the protection of the Templars. So did the Cathars, so did the Moors, so did Islam. They were not enemies in Portugal. Everyone was accepted. It was a
and
sovereign.
as a matter of fact, even once again, the Knights Templar rightly refused the King of France when he was like, "Hey, why don't you help me roust these people out?"
Right.
And we'll just take their money and that'll wipe your debt clean. And they're like, yeah, I don't think so.
So think about for a minute, you're King Philip, right? And you owe these guys a bunch of money. And not only that, but they're also protecting people that you want to demonize.
That you want to persecute and demonize.
So you are directly a threat to what they're saying and what they want to put across to their, to their people.
And to the king's sovereignty at that point. Because
you are actually damaging and potentially destroying their sovereign nation, right?
Yeah.
So the solution to that was to start a whole bunch of propaganda. That propaganda had to have been started probably 20, 30, who knows how many years before the actual downfall of the Templars. But the church's, their interest in bringing the Templars down was a totally different interest. They were becoming more powerful than the church. And they were now in Portugal. They were taking in all these people.
That was also pre-celibacy. And not a lot of people realize that. The church wasn't always a celibate institution with its priests.
Right.
So when you're talking about a priest being a knight who's tied to a royal family, now you're talking about an obfuscation of whether or not that property might belong to, pardon my language, folks, but maybe a bastard son, or whether the land still belongs to the church.
Right.
It became a real quick battle of title and who owned property rights. Was it the church's property? Did it belong to this family who built the church and who funded the church through the Knights Templar because their son was a Knights Templar? And so, there was very firmly vested interest in the name of the church who had blessed them to begin with for the Crusades to say, yeah, we'll go along with you because we see how title to our land may be obfuscated at this point as well.
Well, and then the fact that they were protecting the bloodline of Mary Magdalene.
Sure.
And so you add that to the mix. And the church was demonizing Mary Magdalene at that time, all the way from the 1300s. They started demonizing, or back to 300, excuse me.
Yeah, 300.
Back to 300 AD. Constantine started, doing that. And he actually deleted the book of Mary Magdalene from the canonized Bible.
Along with numerous.
Along with a very whole variety of things. But anyway, so you have these people that have become really powerful, right? They have thousands of members. They're the bankers. They're loaning the church money. They're loaning all the king's money. their loin. You know, they control everything, plus the land. Okay, so and then they're saving and they're protecting all these people that you want everybody to believe.
Well, and not just that, they are sworn into not only knighthood but an order, and at that point, their religious order supersedes their familial tie.
Absolutely.
So it's like awesome that I'm part of this ruling royal family, but my loyalties lie here with the Templars.
Right.
Not even with the church.
Right.
With the Templars before anything else.
Exactly.
So.
So you have that. So they want to stop them, right? So they, they buddy up with King Philip, and the deed is done, and then they want to make everybody else believe it too.
Yep.
So they hit up the king in England and Scotland and everywhere, trying to get them to get on board to demonize the Templars. So at that point, they went underground.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of people that believe that the Templars stopped at that point. But in Portugal was the last holdout. The Inquisition did not get into Portugal until the 1500s.
Yeah.
And when they did, you know where they went? They went right straight to the Templars' headquarters in Tamar and took over the Convento Cristo.
Yeah.
They dug up the Grand Masters underneath the chapel of Maria do Olival, which is dedicated to Mary Magdalene. They dug them up. When nobody knows what happened to them at that point. So they had some sort of vested interest in not only annihilating the Templars, but annihilating every memory of the Templars, and
even to the point of desecration.
Absolutely. The Jesuits, I actually found books in the Rosicrucian Library that I researched that that say that what happened in South America was actually, it was beyond, it was genocide of the Templars and Indian Masons. They sent Jesuit bands of people into every single country in South America to track down and murder Templar descendants and Masons.
Wow.
And I have a book in the Rosicrucian Library that's this thick. Every single chapter is about another country in South America where they did this.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty powerful.
Wow.
So they not only wanted to, they wanted everybody to forget about the Templars completely.
Yeah.
But then there was that prophecy that they were going to return in 700 years. And they did. And I was actually present for that procession in Tomar when they reunified. They had a huge procession. They all signed a pact. And they had this amazing procession. I was there. It actually brought tears to my eyes. I was actually weeping as I'm walking from the Convent de Cristo down into Tomar to the Church of St. John, and then down to the Chapel of Maria do Olival, where they lit the cross in finale of this procession. It was probably about a 3-hour process, but I was literally weeping as I'm photographing and filming this whole thing, because it was just so powerful to be a part of that reunification. Seeing the Templars reunified.
Yes.
It was so powerful.
Absolutely. Well, especially with all the work that you've done researching into them, everything else, and to see the fact that there is a modern Templar movement, and it's happening right at the same time that just about this turnover of humanity is happening. It's pretty interesting to see those two things line up.
Right.
That even right now, we're changing as a species. The way that we're connected, the way that we think.
And sometimes it's slower, and then sometimes there's periods that are actually jump-started.
Yeah.
Our evolutionary process is jump-started. We've seen this in our history.
Yeah.
And we're at one of those. We're moving into a new paradigm. But it's our natural evolutionary process as humans, as the species that we are, to continue to evolve. And we will continue to evolve infinitely, which is hard to grasp, but we will. And now that we're moving back up into the Dwapara Yuga, we're moving in with all, we've now matured and expanded our mental capacity, which we did not have before this yuga began.
Yeah.
This yuga has been all about developing the mental and the material plane. We've sunk as far into matter as we can sink.
Yeah.
It's basically the story of Sophia sinking into matter and then rising back up and being reunited with the Christo, right? We're doing the same thing.
Yeah.
And again, that is a description of the alchemical process.
Yep, and precisely half of the initiation, right? And
Absolutely.
and the message of masonry, the message. I mean, one of my favorites, and I want to say it might be is it the 23rd? I think it might be the 23rd rank of masonry, where you literally find out everything that you've learned before is a lie.
33rd.
Is it the 33rd? Okay. Because I thought that there was one within the royal arc before that where the moment of revelation happened. But
and it was the same age that Jesus, was 33 when he began. And the same age I was when I had my near death.
Yeah.
Interesting on that.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, where can everybody go to find out more? Where can they go to watch the Templars in Brazil movie? You're working on the second edition of that right now.
Yeah.
That is hugely exciting.
Right, very exciting. But they can go to Gaia. They can watch it on Gaia TV, or they can stream it through that same Gaia thing. They can also go to my website, which is www.templarsinbrazil.com, and get updates on this book that's out, because it's available on Amazon.
Yeah.
And then they can also find out about the next book that's coming out and the next film that's coming out, and watch the trailer that is already out for the next film.
Awesome. And you also have a tour that you're working on as well.
Yes,
Let everybody know where they can go to find out about that, where they can go to sign up,
They'll
everything
be able to
else.
go to my website once we get it uploaded to the website.
Yeah.
But it's going to be in October of 2024, and it's a Grail Quest tour.
Okay.
We're going to be going to all the sites that I know about in Portugal and in France, and we're going to be basically going through the alchemical process.
Awesome. Awesome. Well, Kathleen, thank you as always for coming on the show.
Yeah,
I always
welcome.
appreciate our conversations.
Yeah,
Your wealth
I
of
do
knowledge
too.
on this is absolutely amazing and fantastic. I can't wait to hear you speak tonight. Can't wait to hear you speak on Sunday. So
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it too.
absolutely. Stay tuned, everybody, for a continuing coverage from Stairway to the Stars right here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. We'll be right back after these commercial messages with more from the Curious Realm and Stairway to the Stars right after this, folks.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas. We have with us right now Susan Walters. She is a solfeggio artist. Myself being a healing music musician, I am all about solfeggio frequencies and always trying to get people to understand that frequency is everything, quite literally.
Yes.
Everything. Mm-hmm. Tell us a little bit, how did you first begin making your art, and how did you come to the world of solfeggio frequencies to begin with?
The art actually started, it all goes back to I had near-death experiences as a very small child at the ages of 4, and then a second one at the age of 6, where I was introduced to some of my own personal angels and saw them all the time after that. Though I wasn't inspired to do anything with that until the late 90s when I started seeing everybody else's angels, and that's what developed into the angel portraits. Okay. And then in 2011 is when I was introduced to the solfeggio frequencies.
All right.
And originally from one of the local healers where I live in Kansas City, and he gave me some music that said, based on the solfeggio, and said, what can you create with this? And I had just started.
Excuse me, my friend, we're in the middle of recording.
Okay.
I had no idea.
Thank you.
Sorry.
But he asked me, because I was just starting to play with mandalas. And so the first few started from inspired by his music, but then I just did some research and finding out there's actually 9 sets of 9 frequencies.
Yeah.
And very few people really understand that. And then, so I didn't realize that when I just created half a dozen that I was going to end up creating 81 mandalas, taking 7-year, 7-year project. And I just just finished creating these, which is a full deck of all 81 mandalas with all the information about how that specific frequency can help us.
Incredible.
And it literally help us, realign and reactivate our DNA. It could, there's so many uses and healing properties of these frequencies.
Yeah.
It's just mind-blowing. It seems like I learn something new about them all the time.
It took me a long time musically to actively put my frequency music out there. I tell people all the time in interviews that for the longest time it was a dirty secret, because I used the frequencies in a different way in my music. It was normally like, what frequencies make people uncomfortable? Things like that. So if I was writing a piece of music that had a certain theme, whether it was like fallen angels, things like that, I would use frequencies in the background to emote response from the listener.
Right.
And whenever somebody would be like, wow, I don't know what it was, but in the middle of that, there was like, I don't know, like this weird tension. It was like, awesome, mission accomplished, But it wasn't until years later, even though I used binaural beats and frequencies for my own use, it was years before I started using them for actual therapeutic music. So.
Well, it's, and sometimes it's the things that make us uncomfortable that bring to light something we need to work on to heal. Like, to be honest, orange is not my favorite color, to say the least. Even though you'll find it prevalently in my art, because you need to balance, all color, but I don't wear that color. I usually don't eat things that are that, that orange. But what chakra do I need to work on?
You're orange. You're orange.
Yes.
And it's interesting the way that happens, and the way that things just kind of work out once you start following that path, and once you start using them. Now, how frequently do you do? Because you also do readings.
Yes.
And soul portraits as well. Let's get into that a little bit.
Yeah, the angel portraits are where I draw one of your personal angels.
Okay.
And it takes about an hour to do those. So I'm not doing them this weekend, but I can do them via Zoom.
Okay.
And I have learned to do readings with the cards, which it was never my intention was to do that, but I was in an event much smaller than this, but similar in energy, and the promoter literally sat somebody in front of me and said, "Okay, you're going to do readings with your cards."
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Well,
were they originally made for readings, or were they more made for personal meditation use?
They were always originally made for personal meditation tools.
Okay.
I have adopted to using them to something I call soul growth readings.
Okay.
So they're not the typical reading about what's going on with the boyfriend or the job, or it's about your soul's journey, what things that kind of where you've been and where you're going, and bringing up tools to help you evolve into what you want to become.
Okay, interesting. Because for me, it's been a strange journey to things like that. Recently, I guess it was last year at the Near Death Association conference, I had somebody do some energy work on me that I've had numerous Reiki sessions in my life, numerous meditation sessions with people, crystal meditation, massage therapy, all kinds of things. But specifically the work that he did to realign things spiritually for me was really phenomenal and interesting. And for me, people who can see into that realm, personally, that was a visitation from my grandfather that he helped facilitate, and helped me release all kinds of trauma from the loss of my grandfather. It was a huge point in my life when he died, and a huge changing point for me that for some reason I held on to for the longest time, for no good reason.
Right.
I was in 7th grade like I had anything to do with that. But for some reason, I held on to it. And we don't really realize frequently, like you were saying with the color orange, even though we're tending our garden, what we're actively tilling over while we're tilling our garden, that still takes root.
Yes.
And lives under the soil.
Exactly.
You know, and with your work specifically with angel portraiture, things like that, how do you help people, I guess, come to a point of healing through that?
Well, the portraits start out as a major, almost, some people have actually used the word portal, that they're an angelic portal to connect with their angels on a deeper level. And one of the things, if people look at my work on my website, they'll notice that the angel's arms are almost always outstretched. It's because they're ready to exchange energy and embrace whenever that is needed, and whenever we, ask for that help, because they really do want us to ask for help, because that gives them permission to help us.
Well, I love the way that you said permission, because that is one of the things that we regularly discuss on our show, whether it be alien abductions, whether it be paranormal experiences, things like that. There is a part of consent that is in there within us that allows that to happen, whether it be the fact that you are searching for that, and I always caveat people with that on my show, like, I understand we're all searching for something, but be careful what you go out searching for, all right? There's all kinds of things lurking out there, but it's more the fact of, are you aligned with the proper intention of what you're searching for? Even whenever I do, I wouldn't say that I read tarot, more than I would say that I meditate with tarot. And that will be the fact that, much like cards like this, I will pull a card and start looking at the symbology in the card and what the symbols mean to what's going on in my life.
Exactly.
I'm not trying to scry the future. I'm not trying to read it like tea leaves and find out what stocks to hit next week, things like that. I'm using it more as a tool to guide myself through my life.
What can help us grow and expand?
The answer is going to change.
Yeah.
That answer will change daily depending on where I am and what I'm aligned to. And I think that's a big issue that a lot of people have with things like this, things like tarot, is that it's almost like they want a definitive answer instead of a direction.
Yes. And I'm more about direction. Because when it comes down to it, I can't do your homework for you.
You can't. Yeah, you can't even technically come in and till the garden for them.
No.
Nor can a therapist.
I can sometimes hand you tools.
Absolutely.
And give you maybe a little bit of guidance, but it's still up to you personally if you're going to take that guidance or not. Well, if you're going to pick up that tool, it's going to make it easier for you to till the garden.
And whether or not you're gonna actively give that permission for the guidance to be given. Once again, like you're saying, the angels have their arms open. They're waiting for you.
Exactly.
So, and it's interesting to me how many, because the concept of angelic work and angels itself goes beyond religion.
Yes, and they're here for because they're really truly here to help us on our journey, because that's who we've sat down with before we took physical form and go, I want to learn this, I want to experience that. And so they're the ones keeping us on track with those, and sometimes they're the ones that give us the spiritual clue by 4.
Oh yeah, no, you gotta have that. There's got to be someone to give it to you. But once again, you've got to be willing to contribute to that system.
Yes.
The way I always put it to kids that I taught religion and philosophy to was, the universe is like a slinky. Tons of potential energy locked up in that spring. But you have to push it. It's not just going to slink on its own. You have to start the sling. Once you start it, it'll keep going on its own. But you have to push the initial push into things. You have to be the one to say, okay, I need help.
Right.
I need help. I need some kind of guidance. You have to be the one that's open to that to begin with. So the fact that you are out there, not only with these cards, but with the angel portraitry is absolutely awesome. Let everybody know where they can go to get a hold of their copy of cards, where they can go to contact you to have an actual Zoom session and have angel portraitry done.
The easiest place would be straight to my website, which is susanwalterart.com. And so I'm also on Facebook, Instagram, and a social media person, unbeknownst to me, had put me on TikTok too.
All right. Awesome.
But,
well, looking forward to it. Thank you so much. You've been bustling here at the show. You've been more than busy. And
yeah, it's been crazy, and we're having so much fun.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
While you are online checking out all of the amazing work, stop on by. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That's where you can find, like, subscribe. That's where you can share all of the episodes, everybody. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We'll be right back with more coverage live here from Stairway to the Stars right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Stairway to the Stars conference here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada at the Luxor. We're here with our good friend Brad Olsen. He is the author of The Future Esoteric, Modern Esoteric, and Beyond Esoteric. He's been on the show, God, probably a good 4 or 5 times.
Yeah.
You were recently giving a presentation I saw on Lost Atlantis in Antarctica. Let's get into that a little bit, because I've loved your Antarctica exploration for years to begin with, but the concept of Antarctica being part of Atlantis has been something that I have considered for a long, long time.
Great question, Chris. And of course, this is what everybody wants to know is, could there be remnants of Atlantis or a high civilization other than this modern age? Because Antarctica was only discovered in 1821. So all the bases there and all the modern equipment and buildings are all of the last 100 years or so. So if they were to find, say, megalithic constructions, pyramids poking through the ice, or giants, or megafauna, megaflora, well, that's a game changer, and that really changes everything when it comes to reinterpreting who we are on this planet and how long high-tech civilizations have been here.
Well, and how many high-tech civilizations have been here in addition to that. That's whenever we have Jared Murphy on, that's always a huge topic of conversation, because unfortunately so many people think that it has to be aliens.
Right.
When humans are incredibly ingenious, and yes, we've had numerous iterations of humanity over many times and lost civilizations. We've lost knowledge, regained knowledge. Even the idea that the Pythagorean theorem did not start with Pythagoras.
Right.
And it was originally part of, Babylon, things like that, or Sumeria rather. Incredible to think about, and to know that these other civilizations built on others,
Right, and that's the whole concept of the Osirian Empire, which was the beginning of Egypt, was a remnant of ancient Atlantis. And they took their knowledge of, say, for example, how to build a great pyramid and make it a power device, a ram pump, and so many other inventions all in one, that you're looking at a civilization that had reached its high point, reached its apex early on, as is evident with the pyramid constructions, and degraded in times past. Usually history works the other way around. You start at a primitive end and then you build up and perfect what it is you're working on, like a pyramid.
Yeah.
But here we have the oldest structures, and the oldest megaliths around the world are the ones that go way, way back.
And have extreme precision of perfection. Like
all
not only in construction, but in geometric placement on the Earth and geologic placement on the Earth as well.
That's the real fascinating thing about the Great Pyramid. And in my book, Modern Esoteric, I have a map of the Great Pyramid layout as they are seen overlooking the whole delta of the Mediterranean Ocean. And here it is. And then you can see here, Chris, So here they are,
Yep.
in the light,
Yeah.
just below the delta of the Nile. There's the Great Pyramids, there's modern Cairo. But look at this, how they are the exact center of all the continental land masses on Earth.
Yeah.
So it's as if the people who built them had a knowledge of what the Earth looked like from above.
Yeah. And even whenever you start looking at adjunct civilizations that built pyramids as well, when you look at the pyramids in China that are in just about the same formation,
Right.
when you look at the pyramids of Teotihuacan, which are in just about the same formation
What's
as the
the
Great
commonality?
Pyramid of Giza. Yeah.
What do they all have in common?
Yeah. And
Well, they're two big pyramids and then one slightly off.
yeah.
You would think they would do them all in a row, but why is the one slightly off? And that's the Belt of Orion.
Yeah.
And that is a commonality that they were also stargazers and worked with the alignments of the planets and the sun and moon.
And you know that's a huge part of it, because especially when you're talking ancient civilizations, because whether it was farming, whether it was the seasons, whether it was what was available to hunt at the time, all of that was firmly available by stars, constellations, everything, that as opposed to us now. I even make the comparison regularly of like my great-grandparents. Like, heck, my grandparents grew up with horses and oil lamps. When the sun went down, it was dark. Like, it was dark.
Dark.
They didn't need a farmer's almanac to know when to put seed in the ground.
Right.
They knew just by the positioning of the stars and the weather change that, hey, we should probably get some seed in.
Yeah.
You know, it's about that time of year.
Yep.
And we have definitely within 100 years have lost that connection to the earth and the way that operates.
Yeah. And
It doesn't take that long for us to literally forget.
right. And or relearn.
Yeah.
Which is, I think, in the case of building the pyramids. Of course, out here in North America, we also have the tell of the seasons in archaeoastronomy in the form of the medicine wheels.
Yeah.
And I had the great opportunity going out when I was researching this book.
Oh, wow.
And seeing a whole bunch of them, including bighorn medicine wheel, and that's one of the color photos. I'll flip to that.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't have this book.
You don't have this
I gotta
book.
get this book.
And there I stayed out on summer solstice 2001. And
Wow.
exactly the sunrise. You can see how it illuminates the heel stone all the way across the main cairn. There's the sun rising right over there. Perfect alignment.
Yeah.
So they knew exactly when the solstice was going to come, and you can see how important that would be to primitive people, because you got to know when to plant your seed.
Absolutely.
But you may, in this case, up in northern Wyoming, when you need to migrate.
Yep.
And to have that knowledge as a shaman or someone who could interpret these things, that'd be a very important position in society.
Even as a solo or hunting in a pair or anything like that, to go out and gather food for a 3-4 day hunt, something like that, and bring your way back. I mean, that is one of the examples that I give all the time of the property that Dennis Stone owns, America's Stonehenge.
I've been there many times,
and the alignments there, because when you go there, even historically, when the settlers came and found it and asked the local Indians, hey, where did this come from? They were like, I don't know, that was here when we got here. It was something that they knew about, but they didn't even know who built it.
What they were like. And many times the Native Americans would say they were here when we got here, and we just utilized them. Why wouldn't you?
Well, yeah, and also the fact of when you're looking especially at Native American tribes in the Northeast, things like that, they weren't necessarily full shelter builders.
Right.
You know, they didn't build pueblos like they did in the Southwest, things like that. There are a few things up around the front where obviously there were some encampments, but it's not like it was a settlement where they lived or anything like that. It seems much more like it's somewhere that they may have traversed. Maybe they used the cave structures there.
Did you mean in America's Stonehenge?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Well, a lot of those structures are clearly megalithic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
They're huge.
Yeah, they're ginormous.
And like I said, for them to have used it as maybe a hunting locker, you know, to roll a stone in front of, keep your food there, that kind of stuff. Keep your kills there.
These are a
what
bunch of
have you.
pictures I took.
Yeah.
At America's Stonehenge. You can see
And-
quite clearly megalithic design, bee home,
Yeah.
beehive chambers,
and amazing alignments.
And alignments all
amazing
over.
alignments. Like
Yeah.
while I was there, I actually pointed out a lunar alignment that he didn't know about with my lunar finding app.
Yeah.
Because we were there. I was looking at all the stuff with the sun alignments, and I was like, let's look at a lunar alignment. And I went, and it was almost right there to the day. And he was like, wow, send that to me. Because I guess they had never considered lunar alignments
That's
as
great.
well.
You know all this.
You know,
And
but
you know what? It's my gift to you today, Chris. I'm
thank
giving you a signed copy.
I appreciate that, Brad. It's one of those that, once again, we are
for you.
so entirely ready to forget things as a humanity.
Yeah.
And so many of these things go back so far that it's almost undeniable. Even the work of Graham Hancock recently, his series, things like that. It's funny to me to hear people poo-poo the work when he is not a researcher of these things. He's just a journalist.
Right.
So he's just following the same paper trail, same clue trail that any journalist would to break a story.
Right.
It just happens to be that these are the commonalities between things. Like, I'm just pointing those out as a journalist.
As are we, when you look at it, what do? We're just collecting information, we're researchers, and we're piecing together this mosaic, which is ancient history. And when you look at all the pieces and around the world, you're seeing that there is a sophistication of knowledge in primitive people, both in building design, plus in these alignments. And now that we have confirmed megalithic structures with alignments here in North America, that again, I think is a game changer.
It really is, especially whenever you start looking at, people like Kathleen Ball's work right across the way over there, talking about Templars in America.
Yeah,
you know, things like that, because they absolutely, whenever they traveled, made connections with the locals to learn those esoteric things, to learn things that they even weren't aware of that added to their realm of knowledge.
Yeah.
And that's one reason why I love your titles, Beyond Esoteric.
Oh, thank you.
Because I think people have lost the concept of the term esoteric. And the idea that, you know, there is a hidden realm of knowledge out there, be it symbologically, culturally, what have you. These things exist throughout time and throughout history and throughout cultures. And it's very interesting to me how there are so many commonalities between India, Mayan, North American. It's just all over the place.
Uncanny how much there is. Yeah, if you're paying attention, it's right there, out hidden in plain sight, as they say.
Yeah. So what is the new book about?
Well, it's going to be the fourth in the esoteric series. It is based on my exploration of Antarctica 5 years ago. I was on a sailboat down there for 26 days, and I'm even in talks with film crew and financiers about going back with a film crew and doing a documentary.
Wow.
Going to places like New Schwabenland, the German claim, and I know what the base 211 is, to explore around there and go out to the Conan base, which in my presentation here at conferences I talk about one of the 3 known motherships in Antarctica below the ice. They've been known for over 50 years, and they're called the Nina, Pinta, and Santa Maria. They've got names.
Wow. Now, let's get into that for a minute, because there is the infamous no-fly zone over Antarctica, where there are apparently anomalies, all kinds of things. And there is, of course, the concept that there are motherships under the ice in Antarctica.
Right. And this is one of the most best evidence confirmed sites down there, and it happens to be a West German research base seasonally. And in 2013, they were doing an excavation on what looks like about a 1/4 mile long giant radiator. Fins are coming out of the ice, and they're pulling it away, and then over another spot they're pulling out something orange and metallic, and that could be an entrance down into the ship.
Wow.
And then every year since then, it covers over, but it looks like they held up the fins with some kind of circus poles is how I think of it. Maybe a heavy duty tarp, because it just kind of looks like the very top of a giant circus tent now.
Okay.
So perhaps preserving it in that way.
Preserving the dig site,
Yeah,
so to speak.
That's right.
Yeah. Wow. And to think about that, once again, the fact of that is one of the oldest land masses on Earth.
Yeah.
Once again, not discovered until the last 100 years and hardly explored. There's of course the Nazi bases that existed down there, Operation High Jump, all that kind of good stuff.
That's what I'm putting in my new book. And then hopefully another trip down there as well.
Wow, that is incredible, man. I cannot wait for that. I want to thank you for taking the time to sit down and talk with us. Let everybody know where they can go to get not only sacred places, because I'm excited to tear into this one, but your copies of esoteric, modern, beyond esoteric, modern esoteric, and future esoteric.
Well, they all come from my website, CCC Publishing, and this is just the last printed catalog we did. I also do a whole bunch of other authors, and there are some of my books and other books I don't even have here on the table. But basically, go to CCC Publishing, .com is the website, and those copies that are ordered there go through my office, and I can sign them for people.
Awesome. Brad, thank you so much for the time. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you being able to make it here. It was such a surprise. Whenever I saw you coming out, when I saw you setting up yesterday, I was like, or earlier today, I was like, is that Brad Olsen setting up? I didn't think he was here.
He wasn't supposed to, but I am so
happy that you're here, and I'm so happy that I got to meet you in person.
Yeah, you too.
Awesome.
Fantastic.
While you are online checking out everything from Brad Olsen and CCC Publishing, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can go for all the episodes. That's where you can go to buy all of our guests' books, as well as find all of their videos from YouTube. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, everybody. We will be back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the fabulous Luxor. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the official Day 2 coverage of the Curious Realm here at Stairway to the Stars at the fabulous Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here with Ronny LeBlanc, host.
How you doing, brother?
Doing great, man.
Good to see
Pleasure
you.
to finally meet you.
Yeah.
We have been Facebook friends for a long time. We both belong to a lot of the same communities. You're the author of 2 different Monsterland books,
Yeah.
and you're also the host of Expedition Bigfoot.
Yeah, I do Expedition Bigfoot on Discovery and then Paranormal Caught on Camera on Travel Channel.
Yeah, awesome. Now, how is it that you first came to the world of paranormal and cryptid studies?
Well, I had an interesting experience when I was young, about 12 years old, in Leominster, Mass, in Monsterland, with something that I couldn't see, almost like the Predator from
All right.
Predator movie. And it was something that was hard for me to kind of compute and try to understand what I experienced. And it went into my subconscious for decades until I started reading more about this idea of some of these beings having the ability to cloak. And so we started to experience this out in the field, talk to people that had experienced this as well. And so that just got me into UFOs and Bigfoot and just tried to devour everything I could on that subject.
Yeah. And you guys at Expedition Bigfoot specifically have gotten some amazing stuff over the last couple years.
Yeah.
It's been pretty remarkable to kind of fly on the wall and watch things. I watch the show here and there whenever I'm on the road, that kind of stuff.
We captured cloaking in season 3.
Yeah.
We had gone back to a location in Washington State in the Olympic Peninsula where we had found some great evidence. Our cameraman Zach saw something running. We found footprints. So it was great. We went right back to this location, but we started having activity. We had a river between us and a cliff about 50 to 60 feet tall.
Yeah.
And every time we continued to work down this river, rocks would be falling down. And at one point, it was like this avalanche. And Dr. Murray and I both turned with our flashlights. There's nothing in front of us, and just like a shadow puppet. Wow. There was a shadow of a Bigfoot on the wall, walking across, and I could see hair in the shadow. There's a reflection of the shadow in the water.
Interesting.
And what was really weird is that that reaction was based off my action saying, show yourself. We know you're up there, and this thing appeared. However, the network edited that out.
Oh, wow.
I always thought that was peculiar because it's basically stating that they understand us.
Yeah.
They can hear us, or the intention, or what have you. And that was another big moment for me and for the show where I felt, okay, I'm trying to bring the woo up front. You know what I mean? That's what I'm trying to do.
Absolutely. And I've been talking a lot when the woo lately on my show, mainly because, the last year, quantum entanglement won the Nobel Prize.
Spooky action at distance.
Absolutely. And the fact that things, despite distance, can influence each other. It opens up a whole world.
Right.
And even right now, the UFO, UAP disclosure, things like that, have opened up huge conversations into all of this. And
they're talking about, in Congress, David Grush, transmedium, interdimensional kind of stuff. It's like, holy crap.
Yeah, and intended calling forth the things as well.
Right.
And one of the things I've questioned on my show, especially with instances like that, is I am a firm believer that there is a hominid species in America, in South America, in numerous places across the globe. I don't know. I hold a different thought when it comes to the cloaking and portals. I'm one that thinks that maybe this is another entity that is using a trope in our mind that we would be comfortable with.
Sure.
And it's one of those, just another hypothesis put out there.
Well, you think about how many species of birds there are, right?
Yeah.
So the idea that there could be a multitude of different types of Bigfoot, and some of these could be more alien than they are animal, that's definitely something that seems to be popping up more and more.
Oh, we discover at least a couple thousand species a year. Even during COVID, during the lockdown, there were 1,000 species discovered.
Yeah, 18,000 every year, they say, with insects, and it's incredible.
Exactly. And one of my favorites is, especially whenever I'm talking about Bigfoot, cryptids, I typically take the map of the United States at night from like a picture from the ISS at night. And it's so you think that, we'd have seen it by now, huh?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at how much black there is. Because this was taken like 8 years ago, and about 3/4 of the United States is just black. It's just black, unsettled, nobody's living there. When you talk about the Pacific Northwest, you're talking about forests so deep that planes get lost and they can't find them.
Exactly.
And even the idea of why haven't we found a body? Why haven't we found
and bodies? Yes.
You're pretty hard pressed to find a full skeleton of a bear. Once something dies in the woods, it's a rapid process of predators,
displacement,
things, all kinds of stuff. So the fact that we haven't seen one, I don't doubt one bit. But there is some amazing evidence coming out right now. Allele oils, stuff like that. Oils from handprints, face prints. Some really great new techniques being used.
Yeah, and when we were in Kentucky, our second expedition, we had this. I was telling Dr. Maria about these structures, and she was trying to, what did they look like? Well, we stumbled upon one at night. When she hit it with the light, she knew what it was. So the next morning, we went back, and we're looking for footprints and everything else, and other evidence, hair. So we took eDNA sample from the soil, environmental DNA, and we sent it to the lab at UCLA, and it came back unknown primate. And they tested it again, and it was like, okay, this unknown primate running around in Kentucky.
Wow.
And there's legends of Daniel Boone killing a Bigfoot, which was called a Yahoo, out there in the Cumberland Gap. A lot of stories, a lot of history, and people are that we talk to are like, they're out here, they're here, we see them, we hear them. So they seem to be everywhere.
And one of the concepts that I heard this last year at MUFON was 3-dimensional objects cast a 2-dimensional shadow.
Yes.
Fourth-dimensional objects cast a 3-dimensional shadow. And if you're talking about Bigfoot, Sasquatch, anything like that, being possibly a higher dimensional being, something like that, it would highly explain the ease with which they disappeared, cloaking, things like that. So.
And I've seen, in Salt Fork State Park was myself and 3 other individuals that we witnessed the glowing eyes, these orange eyes. And originally it was just one ball of light moving around in the forest. And when I threw a rock in there, because I was thinking it was somebody messing with us, it split into two eyes and formed a shadow, and started rocking back and forth. And that was one of the most intense experience I had.
And not eye shine.
No, glowing,
and
like emitting light.
Yeah,
yes.
and that is a distinct difference that has been said in numerous sightings, is that this was not eye shine.
Correct.
This was like phosphorescent light inside of the eye.
Yes.
It's pretty remarkable. Amongst all of your experiences out in the field investigating, what's the one that sticks with you most, Ronnie?
I would say the one that was really cool was when we were in the redwood forest and I decided to meditate. We found an area where I felt like there was like almost a border. You walk into the spot, you're in their backyard. So I started meditating for about 20 minutes or so, and I felt a presence to the right behind us. And I said, okay, I think there's one here. There's something that is just kind of... So we start walking down the trail, going further into this area, and here comes a rock. We walk a little bit more, here comes another rock. Coming right from the same spot where I said there's some weird energy coming.
Wow.
So once the third one hit, I want to see if this happens again. And I just kind of pushed it, and then a third rock came, and we're like, okay, sorry, we'll back up. We won't go any further. And that's one thing I wish that I had gone further. I wish I had pushed it a little bit more and poked the bear, so to speak.
All right.
So that's one of those moments that I wish I could replay it and redo it again.
Now that brings me directly to another topic that I talk about pretty regularly on my show, and that's how do you encourage people to go out and investigate?
Yeah.
What kind of methods do you advise them to use? Do you advise them to poke the bear?
No, I don't. I don't. One thing I will say is, go out in the woods and don't expect anything, but go out there to engage with nature and just be observant, be respectful, and you'll maybe experience something. And if you go to an area that has a lot of activity and sightings, then you want to kind of get your mind right. If you're going in there with a gun hoping to shoot something, you're probably not going to encounter one. But if you are projecting with your thoughts, peaceful, everything, you might have some interaction. And people that have, I don't want to call them hippies, but more spiritual, they seem to have more interactions with Sasquatch than other people. So there definitely seems to be some kind of spiritual awakening or reconnecting with nature when you have these encounters.
Yeah.
So
awesome, man. Your work is absolutely amazing. I love the show. I cannot wait to read the books.
It's
been a pleasure having you on
Chris.
the show.
Appreciate it.
Look right there in the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to follow your work, where they can go to buy books, all that kind of stuff. We'll, of course, be adding these to our store as well.
Fantastic. Yeah, so this is the first book, Monsterland. The second one, which gets into shamans and high strangeness and synchronicity. But if you go to RonnyLeBlanc.com, I try to have all my events and talks up there. I've been doing a free library tour in Massachusetts.
Oh, cool.
I did about 50 libraries this 6 months, and I'm trying to do another set and just get people that necessarily won't maybe come to these type of conferences.
Yeah.
But they'll come to a free event to sit down and talk and listen about this.
Yep.
And so it's a way for me to interact with people that maybe I wouldn't normally encounter.
Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much
brother.
for all your work in the field. I greatly appreciate it.
Thank you,
Keep
Chris.
up the good work.
Thanks, man.
While you are online checking out everything from Ronny LeBlanc, folks, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. It's where you can buy all the books from our guests as well. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this.
See you guys.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Stairway to the Stars conference here at the fabulous Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the pleasure of sitting down with Hayley Ramsey right now. She's the author of The Bringer of Life and also tour guide all over the world for all kinds of esoteric and various adventures. How did you first come into the realm of researching the feminine divine and symbology?
Well, actually, from the time that I was a child, I was always very fascinated with the legends of King Arthur and the Holy Grail. And of course, there's the divine feminine Grail Maiden aspect to it, right?
Sure.
And so growing up, I lost my dad when I was 19, and when he passed, he had no real request for his ashes. But I wanted to get into his genealogy, and I found a lot of interesting symbols that tied in with my previous research into the Holy Grail and the Knights Templar. And so once I started recognizing these symbols that I had seen in my other research, I thought, okay, there's something going on here. So I decided to go to Scotland to spread some of his ashes at the family estate, the castle that our ancestors came over from. And so I went and spread the ashes there, fell in love with some of the sites, and decided I wanted to do more research. And so I went and spent several months, and now I spend 6 months a year there doing research into these mysteries and esoteric stuff. And that's just really how I got into it, essentially with my family and my dad. But before, I had always been really into Arthurian lore, Grail lore, and so it all fits and weaves together.
Yeah.
It's all very interconnected.
Well, and that is the theme of a lot of this conference, is the interconnected way in which all of these things work, whether it be UFOs, paranormal, even esoteric things like Knights Templar and symbology, because the symbology that the Knights Templar used, they didn't come up with most of it. They adopted it from other cultures, esoteric cultures like the Egyptians, Kabbalah studies, things like that they ran across throughout their journeys across the world, everywhere from Turkey to Egypt to India. It's pretty phenomenal whenever you start looking at that.
What's important to remember also, within the Knights Templar tradition, they practice what's called monotheistic dualism. So they revere the Godhead as both male and female, and all of their chapels were dedicated to the goddess of Christianity, who is either the Virgin Mary, Mother of God, or Mary Magdalene.
Mary Magdalene. Yeah, exactly. And even when you start especially looking at Rosicrucian teachings, things like that, about the idea of Mary Magdalene bringing the bloodline of Christ to Europe. It's pretty interesting when you start getting into that stuff.
Oh yes, and of course there's what we call in Scotland the Grail families, and some certain families, including the Ramseys, my clan, the Sinclairs of Roslin, of course, the Setons and the Lindsays and a few other different clans used to have monthly clan meetings at Roslin Castle. And these are believed to all have been the descendants of the Grail families.
Wow.
So it's a Grail family meeting every month that supposedly took place at Roslin Castle.
Wow. Now, Roslin is especially Roslin Chapel in France is one of my...
In Scotland.
Is it Scotland? I'm sorry. Is fascinating to me. I'm a musician. I do all kinds of music therapy, and I don't know if you've ever had a chance to listen to the Roslin Motet.
Yes.
But it is a remarkable piece of music, and to know that they even were aware of cymatics and of the patterns that frequencies made.
Yes.
Is pretty remarkable.
Well, I believe Roslin was initially created to be a repository of information where important documents were stored, where important mysteries and traditions were stored. Even with the architecture, they're preserving certain stories in stone. And so that's part of the initiatory tradition. With the goddess, they veil her in a lot of these things because only those with the eyes to see are meant to see them.
Well, and even when you look at ancient temples, things like Minoa, even into ancient Greece at Epidaurus, things like that, the ancients had a wide, vast knowledge of frequencies and audio and how to tune audio. When you look specifically at Templar buildings, Templar chapels, things like that, they have very specific acoustic properties, even whisper qualities that are almost like whisper dishes, where you can stand on opposite sides and talk in a normal voice, and it's like you're directly next to each other, even though you're hundreds of feet apart.
Oh, they were absolutely bringing back the technology and the architecture that they were learning in the Holy Land and using it in their buildings and their newer cathedrals. And it's important to note, too, that when they built sites like Notre Dame, they built it with the two towers.
and that is symbolic of the letter M, or the shape of the M, which is the symbol of a woman with her legs up in the birth-giving position. So when they built Notre Dame and other different cathedrals that were built in the same style, this was actually an ode to the goddess. And if you look at the front of it, you see sacred geometry worked into that to represent the female genitalia. So when you'd be walking into the church, you'd be walking into the womb of God to be born again when you leave.
Absolutely. And everything was woven with symbology with them, and even their deep dive into alchemical studies.
Yes.
The fact that they even now have just found in the last few years how they made the color red in their stained glass by using nanoflakes of copper, like copper nano. How did they know about nanoparticles to begin with and how to make them, much less embed them in glass to make very specific colors, like the color red?
Yeah.
So.
Well, speaking of red, the crosses on the tunic that they would wear, the red crosses, were actually another ancient symbol that they adopted from a far earlier civilization. You actually see the Anunnaki, some depictions of Anunnaki, you see them having a red equilateral cross on their regalia, which is really fascinating because that goes to show that that symbol is something so much more ancient than just the cross the Templars wore.
Yeah, or being tied to a singular monotheistic religion.
Yes.
And of course, that is some of that esoteric teaching because it wasn't practiced by all Templars. Not all Templars were initiated into the esoteric rites. Not all of them were high enough up to be part of the secret rites in that way. But that is part of why the King of France kind of turned them in, aside from, not helping oppress a group of people and taking their money to pay off the king's debt. But that is definitely what led to the church's involvement with their persecution, was this esoteric knowledge, and even the fact of the Mary Magdalene and the lost bloodlines, things like that.
Right. Well, they were getting too close to the truth. They were recovering all of these ancient texts and pieces of history that the church really would not want anybody else, especially their followers, to have access to. I mean, documents that talk about the goddess wisdom, that talk about Sophia being the consort of God, all these Gnostic stories, and even much more ancient information going back thousands of years. They were the keepers of that knowledge, and that was a threat to the church.
So, fast forwarding to now, and your work, especially with the tours that you do to esoteric sites, things like that, how do you break this down to average people?
Break what down,
essentially? Well, there's a lot of esoteric knowledge involved with not only the building of the locations, but with the history behind these things.
So typically on the first night of our tour, I will give a presentation to the group and kind of set the ground, I guess, not ground rules, but I'll set the stage for what I'm going to be talking about and kind of explain how all of this connects with what we're seeing in the following days. And that way I can try to give them little tidbits of information that make sense, give them things to look out for as they're journeying on this trip with us. And usually when we get there, I'll reiterate and explain again. And on the bus, I'll give some background information as we're driving there, and really try to just feed enough information that it's still exciting, but not too much.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to purchase your book, and also where they can go to register for your tours.
Yeah, so the book is best bought by me if you contact me via social media or email. My website is currently under construction, but will be up soon.
All right.
And I will sign it for you if you order it from me there.
Fantastic.
And then as far as the tours go, so same thing. Email is the best way to contact me, and I can get itineraries and all the information out to them. And that's the best way.
Well, thank you so much for your time during this very busy Stairway to the Stars conference.
Yes, absolutely.
I greatly appreciate it. And thank you so much for all your hard work. I cannot wait to tear into this and see all of the amazing information in here.
Perfect.
Thank you so much. While you are online checking out everything from Hayley Ramsey, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That is where you can like, subscribe, share. That's where you can find the books from all of our guests, as well as their YouTube channels to subscribe to them. Stay tuned through these messages. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the Stairway to the Stars conference right here in Las Vegas, Nevada.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the fabulous Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here with Jason Quitt right now. He is the author of Egyptian Postures of Power, as well as Astral Genesis. He's here doing a presentation on his work for Astral Genesis this week. And we had a chance to sit down at dinner last night and just looking at some of your research and what you have gone into, is absolutely phenomenal, man. The way that you peel back the literal layers of connection between various cultures, their symbology, and the connection between that and sacred geometry.
Yes.
How did you first get into this field of study, Jason?
I first got into this study through out-of-body experiences, to tell you the truth, and that took me into the paranormal, took me into mysticism, took me into shamanism, healing, sacred geometry. So I've been doing this. I've had my first out-of-body experiences when I was about 22 years old. So that's around 2002.
Oh, wow.
So
were they purposeful and intentful out-of-body experiences, or were they something that just started happening to you?
they were something that started to happen to me based on sleep paralysis.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Interesting.
So
Because I actively started trying to do astral projection and things like that, and sleep paralysis was part of my problem. That's like where things ended for me frequently was waking up, not being able to move, things like that. So interesting.
That's what it happened to me without me trying. It was like a sleep problem. And I would wake up in the middle of the night, everything's frozen, my mind's awake, I'm like trying to wake up, I can't. And I started to have paranormal experiences in the sleep paralysis state. And I started to feel like something in the room with me. Walking around, sitting on the bed. Sometimes it would climb up and you'd be suffocated. Feels like you're being crushed. And I got so frustrated one night that this was happening that, now you have to remember, something started happening to me in the sleep paralysis. It felt like my body became the sarcophagus. Like my body was the tomb, and I had another body inside my body.
As though it was a literal husk.
As though a literal husk.
Wow.
And I could actually like move. I could felt like this other body inside of me was able to like move around.
Interesting.
And one night I was just like trying to get out so badly to wake up. Like I wasn't thinking out of body experience. I was thinking wake up Jason. You know, so I'm trying to wake myself up, move an arm. And I shook so hard I popped out of my body. And it was just like a near-death experience. Like I found myself above my bed, looking down at my body, and that dose of reality just hits you. And then I noticed at the foot of my bed was a very tall shadow being. And it scared the crap out of me. I was so scared because it's like I thought I'm dead. I died. This is real. This is reality. There's the Grim Reaper. I'm out of here. And it got sucked back in my body, woke up, heart pounding. And ever since that door has been opened, that first experience, I found myself being able to put myself into sleep paralysis.
Wow.
So it's like my body will fall asleep at night, the body will be frozen, and then I could start moving that other body around, pop out and have those experiences. So that is what led me on this kind of spiritual journey. And, you know, things change. Once you start doing this. I started to get visitations from different beings. I started to get communication from different things.
Wow.
It's like you're opening up to another world. And that other world is starting to see you as well. It's like, oh, this one's awake, just like Neo waking up in the Matrix.
Absolutely. And now, interestingly, I don't suffer sleep paralysis much anymore. But from what you're saying, you are basically using sleep paralysis as a modality for yourself. That is fascinating to me, because most people I know who practice astral projection, deep meditation, things like that, that's the part that they're trying to avoid, Jason, is the sleep paralysis part.
Well, that's because it's called sleep paralysis, and that's not what it is. What it is separation of dimensions. So what's happening is the physical body is now entering into a sleep mode. And when the body enters into the sleep mode, it shuts down. It goes into paralysis. So That's what happens naturally.
Yes, it does that so that you don't flail and hurt yourself, so that you don't fall out of bed.
The
all kinds of
issue
things.
is now you're aware. So now your consciousness is aware of the process of turning the body off, and it starts freaking out because it doesn't like being not in control of the body.
Yeah.
But what's happened is there is a separation. So in that space, and we can call it the hypnagogic space between waking and dreaming, in that tiny space, that is the space of the astral. That is where you have access to the astral world, and the astral body then awakens. All right, so that mind of yours that's screaming to wake up out of the sleep paralysis is actually the mind of the astral body. All right.
Okay.
So using that mind, it is you.
Sure.
Using that mind
in the purest sense,
yes.
It's you.
You kind of will yourself or roll yourself out of your body. And this is where my contact experience in my early 20s started. And, at first was insane. Like, it's hard to get into that. It's you call it like astral time travel.
Yeah.
Like being taken out of your body and like going through portals and things.
I did dream work for a long time, going to sleep with intention, things like that.
Yeah.
Once again, trying to have the astral experience. It was either sleep paralysis or the feeling of falling.
Yeah.
One of the two would happen, and I would be jerked out of it. And it's very hard to get past that. It's very hard to break that mental barrier and understand that like what's happening right now should not be a moment of panic. This is a natural moment,
Yeah, and this is the secret, is that when you enter into the sleep paralysis state and you feel your body like numbed out in that meditative process or sleep process, the first instinct you have is fear and to fight that.
Yeah.
You actually need the complete opposite. You need to allow that to fully take over.
It is truly one of the only times where your brain goes into all three modes of emergency: flight, fight, and freeze, all at the same time. And it's normally hard to overcome one of those when it happens, but when they all three occur at the same time, it can be very, very overwhelming. Absolutely.
And that's the problem. So we have to do the complete opposite and to just kind of allow it. And it's almost like this warm blanket comes over you, so you get this like really warm feeling. And what I'm describing is literally what people describe as going through death as well, because it is like the little death of life.
Sure.
And then once that vibration takes over you fully, what happens is you have that separation. So the separation of the astral body happens after that stage. After that warmth comes in, you pop out.
Yeah. So at what point did these sessions of yours and connection to the astral plane start leading into the world of sacred geometry? And when did that start being revealed to you?
Well, first it started with simple messages, which were, before you go further into this world, you need to heal yourself. Because they said that that world is inhabited, that world has some danger to it, and the way that my energy body was at that time was very weak. And they said because my energy body was weak, I could bring back attachments, entities. I could get these attachments that become parasitic. And they said over time, it can cause illnesses, it can cause suffering, and shorten my lifetime. So they said the only way that I can continue on this path is I have to learn how to heal myself. And that's where my path led me into the Egyptian postures and sacred geometry, because our physical body is sacred geometry in the purest form. We follow the structures of nature. And by learning about the body, how it moves, how energy moves through it, you're consciously using your body to control or manipulate your energy body.
Yeah, absolutely. And that tie between the two, especially the tie between sacred geometry and our physiology to begin with. Once you start breaking down ratios, angles, things like that, like there's a ton of sacred geometry. Even whenever you look at Da Vinci's Man, as a prime example of that.
And the whole thing, and Da Vinci showed this in his artwork, as he put the circle and the square around it with very specific proportions to show you that not only was the physical form following the sacred geometry, but he also hid solar geometry in there, earth geometry in there, lunar geometry in there.
Yeah.
And he showed how every single one is connected to the physiology of the physical body.
Yeah.
So we are
Absolutely.
a reflection of the stars, of the sun, of the moon, of the earth. And by understanding that we're set up in the same thing, we can tap into all of these things.
Yeah. And quite a bit of your stuff in Astral Genesis starts getting into a lot of these angles and a lot of these sacred geometry points, especially once you start looking at solar circles, things like that, symbols that have been used cross-culturally, across continents culturally.
Yes.
It's pretty remarkable when you start seeing the similarities not only between the images, but between the angles used in the images that represent things like the distance of the Earth to the Sun, the tilt of the Earth, all kinds of things.
I have no idea how they figured this out. They were very smart.
I have no idea how you figured this out, because these are images and things that researchers have been talking about for decades.
Yes.
Decades. And yes, they have been tied together. Like, this is strange that these people on this continent and this continent use the same symbology.
Yes.
At least a version of it. But when you start breaking down the actual angles of the images,
yes,
and they are exactly the same, it's phenomenal.
Yes, so that's the discovery, is that I was looking at hieroglyphs, artifacts, architecture, petroglyphs from all over the world, and I noticed that they were following a very specific motif, a sacred geometry motif that captured the angles, the ratios, the distances of the sun, of the tilt of the earth, and all of these things were incorporated into the sacred science of these symbols. So this is a key that's been hidden for thousands of years, going all the way back to the most ancient cultures of Göbekli Tepe even.
Yep.
And they all contain these ratios, these angles, describing our connection from our physical body to the sun and the earth.
Yeah.
And the stars, and the cycles of the stars. So when this clicked and I found the code, I had to stop everything and I had to write the book just so that I could publish it and start talking about it, because I was so excited I would have just spilled the beans.
Yeah. It is once again a phenomenal realm of revelation. Just our conversation last night, what I've had a chance to go through and read today, just cursorily at the booth, things like that. Absolutely incredible information, Jason. And for you to be revealing this right now, especially with all the research shows that are going on, all the things that work like Graham Hancock, stuff like that is out right now, showing the connection of these ancient civilizations, to see not only how these angles, how these images were used by them, but how they are carried forward even into today.
Yes.
I mean, the 23 degrees, things like that, that is the exact proportions that, the Masons use in their symbology, all that kind of stuff. So it tracks right up to the esoteric movements of the Middle Ages and today and beyond.
Yeah, it's right in our faces.
Yeah.
Like even the cover, I put it on the cover, the angles.
Yeah.
Because it's right in our faces all the time, but we don't understand that language.
Yep.
And what this book is trying to do is not only teach you the language, but teach you why they chose to do this language.
Absolutely.
And the mysticism and the secret teachings that came into the mystery schools,
Yep.
why is it even there?
Yeah.
Because it goes back to this relationship to the stars.
Absolutely. And even right here, whenever you're talking about, the seal of Isis, the feminine god, right here in the middle, you've got the big letter M. Like that is exactly what the Knights Templar used for the sacred feminine, for Mary Magdalene, Mary, everything else. So all of this stuff tracks through everywhere. It's amazing.
This cover I designed because it's an Easter egg.
Yeah.
I put so many secrets just in the cover.
Amazing.
From learning the language of the ancients.
Absolutely amazing work. Let everybody know where they can go to get your books. I mean, I will, of course, I want to add these to the Curious Realm store so our readers can easily find it. But where can people buy your books? Where can they catch up with your research, watch videos, things like that, Jason?
I'm easy to find. I'm on Amazon, so you can find these books on Amazon. If you look up my name, Jason Quitt, you can find my talks on YouTube. Very easy to find. And if you want to go to my personal website where I have crystals, books, and other things, it's thecrystalsun.com.
All right, fantastic. Thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
Things are bustling again. I'm going to let you get back to your booth. While you're online checking out all of the amazing information from Jason Quitt, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all of the episodes. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share. That's where you can find our bookstore with all of our guest books, as well as our videos page where you can easily follow all of our guests' YouTube. Stay tuned through these commercial messages. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of the Stairway to the Stars conference right here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here with none other than the indomitable voice of not only Ancient Aliens, but Oak Island.
Yeah, the Curse of Oak Island.
Robert Clotworthy. How are you doing?
Good, fantastic. Wow.
I have followed your work for so many years. You have one of the most sultry voices in the business, my friend. As someone who has worked in broadcast and done voiceover, I absolutely adore your work. You would do a fantastic job with narration of both of those shows.
The check is in the mail. You'll should be receiving it next week.
My first question for you is, are these fields of study or interest that you had before you started working on these programs?
Yeah, I don't think that any of us, if we're sentient human beings, and looked up at the sky at night, looked at the stars, hasn't wondered whether we are alone or not.
Yeah.
You know, that's why in the show when I say we are not alone, we have never been alone, it's something that I think resonates with a lot of people. It certainly resonates with me, absolutely.
Yeah, interesting, because, you know, I know many people who are voiceover artists, hey man, like, you're hitting record. You aren't necessarily into the content, you know, but...
You know, it's interesting because when I first started doing Ancient Aliens, it was a subject that interested me. I had read Chariots of the Gods, Eric von Daniken's book, when I was in junior high school.
Sure.
So I had like a little bit of a knowledge of what was out there. But as we've dug deeper into it, and the show's become more and more popular, it has piqued my interest. And also I understand that the public has really resonated to the show. So I need, and since I am the voice of the show, it's inherent to me to be, to take the job seriously, to be present, to be there, to give it my all, and to be curious about the information that's out there. When I go into the studio, I don't get the script in advance. I don't want to see the script in advance. I'm really good about getting the words off of the page. But the reason I don't want to read the script in advance is because I want the information that's coming out of that script to affect me.
Yeah, you want the actual emotive feeling of
if something's
receiving
if something's surprising, I go, oh my goodness, this is incredible! I can't wait to tell people about it. So that is part of, I think, naturally that comes out when I do the show.
Oh, absolutely, and that translates most definitely through the screen. The actual genuine surprise of some of the information. And I love the fact that you don't go through and read and reread your script before you go through, because they can make it very mechanical.
Oh, it's processed, it's mechanical, takes all the magic out of it.
Absolutely. Now, Oak Island, that is one that my wife, not so much the Ancient Aliens fan like I am, but she has deep dived and really gotten it. Like, she's an Acorn man. Like, she is an Oak Island lover. And it has been interesting to see how that show has actively spawned so much interest in various. I mean, everything from Knights Templar research coming forward, all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's we get close to 3 million people tuning in each and every week to that show. Wow. It's somehow it's just connected with people. I think part of it is that we've all wanted to find treasure. As a little kid, you go out there, you explore, you're looking for treasure. There's something about that I think is just part of our DNA. And then you add to that the Laguna brothers, they're serious about this. This is a dream that they've had since they were little kids. Yeah. And they're all in, and they're able to do this on a scale that we could only imagine. Yeah. It's not like they have unlimited resources, but they have the resources to really go big with it. It's like go big or go home. Well, they're going big. And you add to that the element that they have to work together. Yeah. They have a great chemistry between them because they are brothers. They have to solve problems. They fail. They succeed. It's a great metaphor or great example of what life is all about. So people that watch this show, I've had people come up to me and say, I hope they don't find anything because my kids are learning so much.
I keep telling people all the time in the communities that are like, oh, they ain't going to find any gold. I'm like, I think you've missed the gold they already found. They have already changed the history of the local area, absolutely. The island. Everything has been to the point that local native populations told the government, whoa, hold on, we need to stop everything and reconsider stuff.
Yes, they have to go through the proper channels. They find something, even if it's underwater. They can't pick it up.
It is an all-stop. It's an all-stop, and people do not realize some of that. Some of the actual intensity that goes into just a 30-minute episode, an hour-long episode is a week or so of recording. Absolutely. And even once again, the research that has been found already, the proof that has been found, lead going to Templar mines, all kinds of things. It's absolutely, but that is the gold. That's the gold. Whether they find buku treasure or
the joke. What I joke of when I go into the studio, I look to see if anybody is wearing a golden crown because I know if they're wearing a golden crown, then they found the treasure.
Hey, where'd you get those 8 new rings?
And I joke. I say if they find the Ark of the Covenant, I hope it's going to be kind of like the Stanley Cup, where everybody gets to keep it for a day.
You come in and the TV in the office is just sitting on top of it, so it's nondescript.
Or you'll come to one of these conventions like we are today, and I'll have the Ark behind me. I just get it for the day.
$5 a can.
Don't open the lid. Whatever you do, don't open the lid.
God, don't touch it. I just had to come by, get you on tape, because once again, I have loved your work for years and years. For someone like me, you're an absolute inspiration to the field of voiceover work, things like that.
I had an agent told me once, even a blind squirrel will find an acorn every once in a while.
That's right.
So,
you have found millions of acorns, my friend.
Thank you.
That's the beautiful thing, is that because of the openness of people like you narrating things like this, and even approaching the material the way that you do. That is what draws people in.
If I wasn't on the show, I'd be a fan of the show. So I look at it that way. I'm seriously invested in it. It's not like they just pay me a check and I go and do my thing and leave. No. I treat every session as if it's my first day on the job. and I'm thrilled and excited to be there. And whenever, like on Ancient Aliens, when I say ancient astronaut theorists say yes, I know the audience loves to hear it, so I kind of take a moment, I go, okay, this is for you. So people, if you're watching Ancient Aliens and I say ancient astronaut theorists say yes, that's a little wink and a little kiss from Robbie to you.
Fantastic. Robert, thank you so much for your time. I greatly appreciate it. Greatly appreciate your whole body of work. Before we let you go, look at the camera, let everybody know where they can go to follow, where they can go to find all your content.
Instagram, you can follow me on Facebook, Twitter, which is now called X. So I'm everywhere. I'm out there. But more importantly, watch the shows. Continue watching it. If you want to get updates, follow me on Facebook, on X, and I like posting information on what's happening in the show.
Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time during this very, very busy Stairway to the Stars conference. While you're online checking out all of Robert's amazing work, everybody, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the content. That's where you can follow channels of our guests. That's where you can buy our guests' books, items, things like that. Stay tuned through these commercial messages, everybody. We will be right back after this with more amazing content from Stairway to the Stars 2023 right here at the Luxor in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Luxor. We're here with
Joshua Sisler, yes.
So sorry about that.
That's perfect.
Let me do that again. 3, 2, 1. Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars. We're here with Joshua Sisler of Ancient Atzlan, and you have an amazing array of actual artifacts here from pre-Columbian times that show all kinds of alien ties to them. How did you first come into this field of study?
Well, I've been working with crystals for over 12 years. So I've been a metaphysical teacher, and I've hosted workshops. Even for the Galactic Alignment, I hosted a Crystal on Ascension workshop in Chichen Itza on December 21st, 2012. So we've all been part of the Conscious Awakening. And I believe it was almost like an initiation into the realm of these sacred artifacts. Maybe I was tested by the Crystal Guardians for how I work and channel information. But yeah, around 2015, these artifacts were introduced to me.
And once again, you have hundreds of artifacts around us. What is the history behind these?
So the history is, these sacred relics are being found in a sacred little town, I like to say, un pueblo mágico, right? It's a magical little town in central Mexico. And these stones are carbon dating back to roughly 8,000 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, and they're encoded with information. We have everything. There's probably 30 different topics around this, anywhere from serpents to UFOs to tablets to elongated extraterrestrials, right?
To actual engravings of DNA.
You call
things
it
like that.
Yes, Sumerian, everything, right? So we're gonna probably rewrite history when we validate this topic,
And once again, this stuff. Do you mind if we show one real quick?
Oh, please do. Yeah.
Some of these things, folks, are absolutely phenomenal, and all hand carved, hand polished stone. Let's get into, because some of these even, once again, have Anubis and things like that on the back.
Yeah.
It's remarkable to see things from other cultures
Definitely
being represented in the Americas.
You bet.
So I'm sorry, I'm speechless, because it's still overwhelming, the amount of things that you have. What are some of the things that you have gleaned from this?
They are encoded with information. And I don't know if we want to call it sigil magic, but similar to when you look into the Magical Egypt series, how there's information that's been encoded into the artifacts of Egypt, right? We look into the Ram Sphinx of Karnak and how the actual goatee of the Ram Sphinx is actually a hidden depiction of the brainstem itself. And the purpose of the brainstem flushing cerebral spinal fluid into the ventricle of the brain that houses the pineal gland.
Yeah.
So it's actually encoded with information that actually is meant to activate our consciousness. And I think that even the visual codes represented on these artifacts are, even from accessing the visual glimpse of them, can activate your endocrine system. Maybe even just by seeing the symbols, we get activated. Maybe it brings a sense of awareness to that location of the brain.
Yeah.
You know, we don't completely understand why it is that these things activate us the way that they do. But similar to how crystals activate us, I feel that they hold a vibration.
Absolutely.
And they may also hold a visual code. So there's two different ways I feel they may activate
I am
us,
a huge believer in the use of crystals. I rarely travel without one in my pocket.
Got one in my pocket
I've got
now.
one right here. I give them to friends because I know they need a friend.
Yeah.
And to hear that same connection coming with this.
Yeah.
What have these artifacts taught you? How have they changed you personally?
Wow. Well, it's a complete divine passion. You know, they've driven me with a sense of purpose now, you know, and I feel like it may take lifetimes to completely unlock the information that's encoded within these. So they've literally reactivated me, you know?
Yeah.
And I believe, you know, I was activated by these for a reason, because I didn't want to lose my passion for this metaphysical world, right?
Yeah.
And so these artifacts may have found me for a reason to reactivate me, you know, give me a new sense of purpose in this life.
And you've actually decoded quite a few of these, cleaned up the images, and put out a book. I purchased the book. The artwork is absolutely awesome. I love it. How can people use these images to better understand their place?
Wonderful. Well, I think that the book I created, you know, it is just purely symbols.
Yeah.
What I did is I studied over 150 different stone tablets, and I believe that the information is so important that we need to see it, right?
Yeah.
And so I created a visual archive of imagery that we could literally look through page by page, and we can start to decipher what is being told through imagery, you know, because the hieroglyphics themselves are so ancient and archaic. We're looking at a carbon dating of over 8,000 years. So we're looking at a forgotten, lost hieroglyphic system.
Absolutely.
And so it's going to take many different stone tablets to create the Rosetta Stone to completely unlock the hieroglyphic system.
Sure.
But when you look at the imagery, right, that you see on the actual tablets, those are being told almost in a comic book-like scene, which we don't need to be able to decipher the hieroglyphics to try and decipher what's being told through imagery.
Absolutely.
So that's why I focused on the images, because in all reality, you can use your own preference to look at these and say, well, I think that this is what they're trying to tell us.
Well, and even to go back to why the cultures use the images, 90% of those people were not able to read.
Yeah.
They didn't understand the counting systems, things like that, but they did understand the sacred symbolism. They did understand what the representations of their gods and what they were doing meant.
Yeah, I think that is an important thing to look at too. You know, who could understand the writing system in that timeline.
Yeah.
You know, and that also gets into, you know, the high priests and the magi's of Egypt being the ones of authority who basically had slaves and other beings that they didn't know how to access the high levels of consciousness because the information was almost hidden from them, but in plain sight.
And when you take that one step further, even into the exodus of the Israelites from Egypt, the founding of all of that, and the idea of the high priests and how that became a locked system.
Yeah.
You know, same way as it was in Egypt, where if you were not part of the magical elite, if you were not part of the priesthood, this was not given to the common man.
And I think that's maybe why this is also important to share with the world.
Absolutely.
We don't feel that we are higher than anyone. You know, we are all one collective consciousness, and I think that might be one of the reasons why you know, I was initiated to do this work in the first place. You know, when I access information, a metaphysical world as a metaphysical teacher, I never you know, held that information high. I gifted it to everyone. I would, exactly. I didn't keep it private. I would actually share genuinely to everyone. You know, and I didn't pick and choose who I was going to activate.
Well, and that is probably the most important thing in the world with research is the open access to information. That is what blocks so much, is when things get buried, when things get archived back on a shelf, and when people do not have access to things like this.
Truly.
When I saw you guys setting up yesterday, and hours after you were set up and manning the booth, more things were coming out, and more things, and more things. It's like, the panoply of artifacts that you have is just tremendous and amazing. And the fact that you are actively working on a museum right now for all these. Let's get into that a little bit.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so, in divine time, this will happen. We're working with some funders that we aligned with at Burning Man, and they're going to be opening up an alien museum in Brooklyn, New York. Yeah,
awesome.
And I'm going to be hand drawing all of the diagrams for every one of the pieces as well. And so it's really a passionate project for me, and it has been about almost 2 years in the making, of course, to get access to something like this. But they had to rent out the whole basement of a high-end hotel, so it's going to be in the artistic district of Brooklyn, New York, and they've already, they covered the lease and everything for the building, so it's happening.
That is awesome. What an incredible blessing to all of this knowledge and to be able to pass it on.
And it did take a unique group of people to even want to be able to house these because of the topic of what they are they authentic, and all of this. But
it's hard. It's hard. Yeah, and especially when you're talking coming up against our archaeological societies, things like that. It can be very hard to get people to want to back that. So the fact that you have is a beautiful, beautiful thing, man.
Yeah.
Your work is voluminous and amazing, and I cannot wait to see what you do with it, Joshua.
Honor.
Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to find out more about Ancient Atzlan.
Wow, wonderful.
And where they can go to see pictures of all this.
Yeah, well, I'm going to give you one of my cards,
Amazing.
But this is, if we can get close and you can see, it says, "Welcome to the Star Tribe."
Epic.
But at ancientatzlan.com. And that's ANCIENTAZTLAN.com.
Absolutely.
And it's an amazing archive. We're working on it right now. We just got the website up and running, so it's going to be a work in the making.
Awesome.
But it's going to be exciting because we do hold one of the largest visual archives, and it takes a lot of time to get it all documented.
Yeah, and to properly archive it, make sure it's ready and available and everything else.
Yeah.
Man, I want to thank you so much, not only for the time, but for your incredible work here.
Oh, man, I appreciate
Thank you so much. While you are online checking out all of the amazing work of Joshua and Ancient Atzlan, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. It's where you can like, follow, subscribe. It's where you can find the books and videos for all of our guests. Stay tuned through this commercial break, everybody. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this. With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7.
Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are here with Anthony of Fabric to the Universe. You're actually one of the people who works with Ancient Atzlan, finding these amazing, amazing artifacts. How did you come to work with them?
Well, I met him through the internet, actually. I seen one he was offering, and I asked him if I could join his team, and he would just happen to be doing a documentary trip a month later, and he said you could join my team. For $3,000, you could learn everything about this, meet my connections, and go to the portal and actually find these things. I couldn't believe it. I didn't think it was real. I was like, I cannot believe this. And I dreamt about it all night, and in less than 12 hours I sent him the money. I just met him over the internet, and I sent him the money, and I did all the preparation work I could, to get ready to go join this team.
Was this something that you were already studying, or?
Yes, I had been studying. I was obsessed with crop circles prior, and I did art installations for 6 years. I built this traveling temple, and I brought it to 33 different festivals. People could sit inside of it, and it changed colors, and it was geometry and crop circle based. And I brought it to 33 festivals over 6 years of time, and then I loved making art. I did it for the ancestors. I used to do a lot of DMT, actually. So the DMT spirit world kind of guided me to do that. And so eventually I wasn't doing for myself. Like, I was doing too much for the spirit world, I feel like, and I was giving myself out to these festivals, trying to provide a sacred place for people to go into a night and become friends, and magic things would happen. And but eventually I became in debt, and I had to stop making art, what I love to do. And for 2 years, I got back, I focused on myself and got back to my life. And then he popped up into my life. And then once I went there and I met him at the hotel, and I touched one of these stones for the first time, and it just activated me. And so after that trip, when I got home, the first thing I did, I wanted to make art. Just art, and I've been making art for 5 years ever since.
Beautiful.
And I have dozens and dozens of masterpieces. This is an example of one that I did. This is off the centerpiece of a UFO, and this is the sun. They're honoring the sun. And this is a star traveler, and he's giving him the knowledge of the earth to plant the seeds of humanity.
Wow.
And this is just an example of one of the paintings I did recently. And
incredible.
I like to take them from the ancient and then put them into the future, you know, how I would see them in their natural habitat. This is the light language that is seen on a lot of the stones. Some refer to them as ideograms, and they tell the story of that piece in particular. And I like to put it in art form so people can see it.
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely.
And
you know, much like the artifacts themselves, it is the art that is conveying the message.
Right,
Once again, it's not like you have to be able to read or understand the language on it to understand what the piece is about.
Right. And I actually consider the greatest art teachers I've ever had in my life. Just being around them and being around their art has inspired me so much and opened up my pineal gland and the possibilities to art. And even like the jewelry, I love the jewelry aspects that they made. They made the best jewelry I've ever seen in my life. And even modern day jewelers haven't even thought of some of the concepts that the jewelry that we're seeing. So I like to replicate the jewelry and wear the jewelry, and I cast them out of silver, you know,
beautiful.
for people to wear to represent their artwork, because they put holes in all their jewelry as if they were meant to be worn in the future, like they wanted people to wear them.
Interesting.
So I figured I'd honor them by letting people have the opportunity to try and wear them to see if that does something for them. Yeah. Similar to the way people wear crosses and
absolutely,
things, you know?
absolutely, yeah. And now, this has of course influenced your art. How has it influenced you to take this art to other people?
This is actually my first time bringing it to other people other than Contact in the Desert, but I've been a recluse artist. Not a lot of people know about this art, so I've just kind of kept it to myself. I'm not in a hurry to share it or show it, so I'm just kind of backed up on all these things. And this is actually, I've been a recluse artist, so this is my first time just showing myself to the world, and we're speaking about it to the world for the first time. Because there's a lot of misinformation about this, and there's not a lot of real information. We've actually been there several times, and my friend Josh is the most knowledgeable on this subject. He's been there a lot longer, more than I have. And,
what are some of the things that you've learned from the artifacts as you've been examining them and really deep diving into them over the last few years?
They were many different types of species, and they were some of the greatest artists I've ever came across. And I
just want to show this one while you're talking.
This is an example of an ancient astronaut. Most of them come with UFOs, but this one was found alone without his spaceship. And he is just the perfect representation of what we call an ancient astronaut. And
absolutely. And I mean, as somebody who's done stonework before, things like that, the absolute precision to be able to dig that out and carve inside.
This is an example of a really fine UFO, and this one in particular has chambers in it, and on the outside there's thin layers of agate, and when you put a light through it, you can see the light shine through.
Wow.
The chambers. And this one almost is representative of what E.T. the movie's ship has. It has these little ridges around it, kind of like E.T. had on his ship.
That is so absolutely amazing. And once again, the detail in these carvings, the detail in this stuff is absolutely amazing, folks. It is gorgeous, gorgeous work. And once again, to see motifs from various cultures around the world represented in this is absolutely phenomenal. Oh,
Here is another
The part
example
ones are
of a
great.
UFO. This is sort of like what Stephen Greer would consider the sport model.
Right.
It's a solid piece. You usually see depictions of 5 agate inlays on them. And then here it's like, there's a depiction of like, you can fly this inside your mind. You can go anywhere, is what I'm getting from this symbol here. And there's a lot to learn from these UFOs and depictions of star maps and coordinates and other solar systems or where they came from. The mechanics of UFOs all found on the insides of these carved and symbolism.
And the fact that some of these UFOs actually are partial and open up and have a tiny being inside of them is so absolutely awesome. Oh, here's one right here.
Here's an example of one where the lid comes off and there's a little bean in there. Sometimes there's families of 4 or 5, or sometimes there'll be a mummy in the middle with 2 beings looking over it, and I think that means they came to rescue that being and bring it back to their home planet out of respect. They didn't want their family members being found here on Earth at a later time.
No being left behind.
Yeah, so we see a lot of depictions of that, of them coming and getting their family members and bringing them back, because they once came here. Something happened to their planet and they had to come here unexpectedly for a short amount of time until they could regroup and figure out where they were going next.
Yeah, absolutely. Possibly. And once again, how has this, in addition to your art and bringing you back to home and back to root with that, how has this moved and changed you in your life?
Well, I could say they helped me manifest. I don't know why I feel like maybe they chose me or picked me. There's not a lot of people that know about this even really, and I don't know why. Maybe it's because of the DMT I used to do and that I gave myself out. I built that temple for all, I did it for, humanity, and I didn't know what I was getting out of that until I got into this. Maybe that was my reward for giving myself all those years. And they're like, here, look at this. And then my mind is blown every day. For 5 years, imagine like a child getting shown flashcards. I get shown flashcards every other day of these symbols. Whether I get them or not, I see them every day from several of the families. They're always sending me pictures, and so I'm always getting downloaded with all these cosmic symbols. And I could write many different books just about the symbols or the features,
you could write
the statistics, or
books about the artifacts,
the artwork,
that are just here.
all the different little features. Yeah,
Absolutely.
so many different things. And there's a lifetime of knowledge. And I would imagine 5-10 years from now, most of the world will know about these. They're going to spread from that mountain into the hands of the people, and then consciousness, they're going to spread just like that all across into town to city and all across music festivals. They're going to be showing them to their friends, feeling the energy, and so then that's how it's going to spread from the grid of the mountain to the grid of the planet.
And it has been amazing to see the literal watershed of community that has been built over the last few years since the disclosure effort has begun.
Yes.
The conversations that have been open, the cross-community conversations between paranormal, cryptids, UFO, UAP. It's phenomenal to see the ties between all of these phenomena.
It is.
And to see that artifacts like these help tie them all together.
They do. They really do tie it together. Everything I've seen on Ancient Aliens, I've pretty much watched every Ancient Aliens episode religiously, and I see every little episode. There's something about these that these could tie together everything. I believe.
Incredible.
And one day we will. And the whole conference is lots of people will be doing talks about these, but here we are for our first time talking about them in the public for free, giving out knowledge for free. Here at Stairway to the Stars on 11/11.
Exactly.
And I started my journey, I just want to show you this, on 11/11/11, 12 years ago today.
Wow.
So at Star Knowledge Conference, and I was a recluse artist then, and I put my art out just like I did now. It was just crop circles and sacred geometry. I didn't know about artifacts, but from here I am 12 years, from the Cuyahoga Pyramid to the Luxor Pyramid. It's a monumental moment for me in my spiritual journey.
Well, it's obvious that this stuff has changed you and moved you in very special ways, and it's always beautiful to me whenever I find any artist that comes back home to what they do.
Yes,
it took me a long time I was a recluse musician for a long time, and just in the last, I've been making therapy music for 20 years, did not put it out till this year.
Nice.
You know, like it was just one of those, like, it's time.
It's time. That's what I felt. It's time. The universe was like, get out there and do it.
Exactly. So, and it's beautiful that something as deep as this is what drew you and moved you back to that.
It did. It is.
It took such a...
The passion is regaining and all
that
this right
that
now.
is truly beautiful, Anthony.
The love we're receiving from the community here.
Absolutely.
And we're blowing people's minds, and people are just like, oh
you
my
guys,
God,
you guys have been
and,
a kerfuffle of action since y'all were like setting up the first case the other day, and it's been nonstop for 2 days. Like, it's been awesome.
Yeah, it's
awesome to see you guys working it and really getting this information out there.
We love doing that. Thank you.
I'm looking forward to seeing the presentation. I'd like to have y'all on again and again to talk about this, because
we would love that.
the information locked in these stones is so absolutely amazing. It's great. Anthony, let everybody know where they can go to follow your art, where they can go to keep up with everything that is Anthony.
All right. I'm on Fabric of the Universe on Instagram, Anthony Mickel on Facebook, and I'm unlocking the secrets of the universe. And I'll be posting more about my art soon here.
Awesome. Anthony, thank you so much for your time again. I appreciate it. While you were online checking out Anthony's work, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the books and films from our guests. Stay tuned through these breaks, everybody. We will be back right after this with more coverage from Stairway to the Stars right here in Las Vegas, Nevada. Stay tuned.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com. curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of the Stairway to the Stars conference right here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We are joined by experiencer and abductee Eric Degner. How are you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Fantastic. We had a chance to chat, I guess it was a couple MUFONs ago.
Yeah.
And then we ran into each other again at the MUFON. And then I saw on Facebook that you were going to be here. And
yeah.
It's been great to be able to see you, hang out, stuff like that, and hear more of your story. Before we get into the writing of your book, let's hear about your experiences. When did your first experience happen to you, Eric?
The big event, the one that I knew about, was August 7th, 2021. And I had gotten fired from an accounting job like 3 weeks before for doing workman's comp for my hand, and the boss didn't like that. So anyhow, I got fired, and I was doing a lot of dancing and at this club, and my friend was like, hey, I'm having a rave. And so I went to this rave.
Always fun.
Yeah, it's like 20 minutes west of Portland, out in the woods, and I arrived on a Friday, set up my tent, met this guy, met some other people, went to bed kind of early. Next day, met some new people. The guy I'd met the night before, he apparently got a little crazy and tried to run people over at night. So they took his car keys away and told him he had to go home, but somebody needed to give him a ride home, and I'm like, I'll do it. So I drove him home. He got me an Uber back to the rave. I think I got there at like 3:30 or so, and I was dancing at this RV, and then the main stage was, I don't know, 200 yards away. So I was dancing at this RV at 4:51, and then somehow I was at the main stage recording. I don't know how I got there, maybe 30 seconds, and I'm recording the main stage, and all of a sudden there's this, like, imagine a burlap sack, but it's metallic, and you can see me filming the stage, and all of a sudden my hand, this mesh comes over me. You can see metal, and all of a sudden I start moving, and it looks like a mama cat dragging a kitten. Like, I'm on the ground. I thought I was crawling at first, but I've watched the video over and over. They took an 18-minute video when they took me, actually.
Wow.
So, yeah, I didn't find it till the next day when I got home. So they take me at the men's stage. There's like 50 people there. This mesh must have been a cloak because nobody saw it. They dragged me to a porta potty. Halfway to the porta potty, the music stops, the sky stops. You know, it's like time stops, and it's like slow motion to the porta potty.
Wow.
The door opens, and it's, you know, a plastic porta potty, and for like 3 or 4 frames, I'm like on the table. looking up, and it's metal. It's not plastic anymore. It goes from plastic to metal like that. So I don't know if I like went in the porta potty and got zipped up to a ship. And then the video they took is 10 minutes of black. You know, no visual, and you can hear, it sounds like I'm on a ship. You know, there's like clanking sounds, engine sounds, dripping, footsteps, metal clanking. I don't know if they have instruments they're working on me. Growling, you hear a couple growls.
Oh, wow.
After 10 minutes of all these sounds, you know, it sounds like, sounds like I'm on a ship.
Yeah.
After 10 minutes, it's reverse course. The porta potty door opens. They drag me back to the main stage. It's a little different. I'm like dragged on the ground halfway like before. Halfway to the stage, the sky gets all weird. You can see the trees, and I believe you can hear a UFO taking off. You can hear this like click, 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 click. You know how there's kind of a clicking sound?
Yeah.
And as the UFO's taking off and I'm going back to the main stage, all of a sudden the music comes back on. It's like, whoosh, and I like fly through the air to the main stage, and they drop me off at the same spot that I was at 451. And
wow.
And it was nighttime now. And everybody was like, where were you for four hours? I was like, I don't know.
Incredible.
Yeah, so that happened. I didn't know, you know, it was a weird afternoon night.
Sure.
And that was a Saturday. Sunday I drove home back to Portland, and I'm looking at my pictures of the weekend, and I see this video. This is a weird story. The video said 3 minutes and 7 seconds. And I played it, it's actually 18 minutes.
Wow.
And I copied the video to a PC, and it's 3 minutes and 7 seconds. I copied it to an Apple, and it's 18 minutes. It's like, the PC one is like a trailer, almost. It's like a shorter version.
Interesting.
Yeah, so for whatever reason, I did it on my iPhone, so yeah. Yeah, 18-minute video. That happened August 7th, 2021, and then all the synchronicity happened. I filed a MUFON report that day.
Yeah. Okay.
And then I joined MUFON, and their symposium was in Vegas 2 weeks later. I mean, what timing? I got abducted and a symposium.
Yeah.
So that was my first event where I networked. You know, I showed some people the video and met the MUFON guy that did my case. And so yeah, that's kind of how it started.
And how did this experience change you? At least the first experience, because we'll get into the second one, how that came about. But did you notice any difference in yourself or anything like that?
I mean, I've always been really spiritual and kind of I'm a witch. I do magic. I've been doing it since 96. So like I'm 50 now. So I've been doing magic. You know, not bad stuff, but for half my life. So. But I didn't really have a tradition at all. You know, I'm kind of eclectic, and I just make stuff happen. But that event kind of showed me that I'm on a shamanic path. Like, that's how it changed me, is like, instead of trying to make stuff happen, I just kind of roll with it now. And the synchronicities, the synchronicities that have happened since then, and the people I've met, I've just become more of like a helper. Like, what can I do to help you out? You know, like, that's what shamans do. They just kind of feel around, and, you know, whoever needs help
can't not help.
Yeah, like my first day here, this guy was setting up a booth. The guy from Mount Shasta, you know, he was out of sorts and it was a hot mess. And I was like, hey, well, you want me to help? I helped him set up his booth for an hour and connected with him. So that's what, it made me change into just being sensitive to people and empathic too. And, you know, I can read people's minds sometimes, what they're thinking. And
what was your first impression after the situation happened? Did you remember the situation immediately? Did you remember being gone? Anything like that?
When I saw the video, when I got home the next day, and I thought back to, hey, what happened yesterday? Here's the weird thing. I was at like two places at once. Like when I got dropped off and I was gone 4 or 5 hours, half the people at the rave was like, where were you? Half Other people, I interacted with them. While I was gone, I was like interacting. You know, I almost bought a T-shirt. I bought some food. I hung out with some bros. I hung out with this gal.
Interesting.
Yeah, so I was almost like for half the people I was gone, disappeared into the third. Half the people, I don't know if that was
like your body was running through autonomic response while your consciousness was relocated.
Yeah, it's like I was somehow on their side and Earth plane at the same time.
Wow.
But when I looked at the video the next day, I'm like, gosh, that was a really strange day. And so, you know, I wrote down everything. I journaled as much as I could, what I could remember. I actually called MUFON because I Googled it, hey, file a UFO report. And I found the two guys in Oregon. They had their phone numbers and email. So I actually called the head guy. He actually called me back, I don't know, like an hour later. We had a little 15-minute chat. And like, I'll file a report. So I think I filed a report the next day. And then that MUFON thing happened 2 weeks later.
Wow.
Yeah, the timing was just crazy.
Now, you've had another abduction experience as well that you were not aware of.
Yeah, I've actually...
that came to you through regression, correct?
No.
I thought that there was regression involved. So.
Yeah, I did have a regression.
Okay.
It took 2 years. So I got taken in August 2021. I went to my MUFON thing, and I just didn't go to any other events the rest of 2021. 2022 comes around, and then the first event was in my local area, McMinnville UFO Festival.
Okay.
Have you heard of that?
Absolutely. It's a big one.
And it's funny, I've lived in Oregon for, 15 years. I never went to the thing. Not even once. I never went to it.
Yeah.
So I went, it was in May. It was actually my birthday weekend. And I got a hotel. And I think it was Friday the 13th. And then my birthday was Saturday. And on Saturday, I was driving from my hotel to the community center to see Kathleen Martin.
Okay.
And then Whitley Strieber was later, so I was really stoked. I'm like, I got to see Whitley and Kathleen on my birthday. And I parked my car, and I'm starting to walk. And it's like just across the street, maybe 2 blocks, 3 blocks to the community center from my car.
Okay.
And it's kind of, I felt kind of out of it. I had a weird couple days. So I'm walking to the community center. I sit down on the seat right when Kathleen's talking, and this video shows up on my phone. It actually got texted to me, like literally when I sat down. So I look at the video, and it was just like the August one. This mesh, but it's only a minute and a half. The video starts, I lock my car, there's this like mesh over me. I'm going to the community center for a minute and a half, and then it ends, and I sit down, and I was really out of it. So after Kathleen's talk, I went down to the MUFON. They had a table. I'm like, hey, I think I just got taken again. There's a video that's very similar to my August one. Does anyone want to interview me now? Well, I'm fresh, and they're too busy. So that was the second one. So that was my second MUFON case I filed. I've only been regressed once, and that was Contact in the Desert this year in June, which was almost, like 20 months after it happened, and I got regressed by Yvonne, and I specifically picked that rave date. That was the only day we looked at.
And what additional information were you able to glean from that regression session, Eric?
What I gleaned was... it was kind of like validation. Like I had some visuals, but it was more feeling during my regression. I felt like a garbage bag being placed over me. I mentioned the mesh, right? I actually felt like I was being covered by some sort of bag or something, and then I felt something grabbing my neck. I told you the mama cat. I felt something grabbing my neck, and then I felt a floating up. Like when I got in the porta potty. So like when I got in the porta potty, I floated up into a ship or something.
Okay.
And then I was on an exam table, and a mantis doctor. So that's when I started having visuals in my regression.
So you were taken by mantids, apparently.
No,
No?
I think I
There
was
at least
taken.
a
Well, if
mantid
you
there.
watch my video, I get dragged like a kitten, and you can hear a growl a couple times and footsteps. So it's a big creature that dragged me. So I think it's a reptile. I mean, what else?
Okay.
What else growls?
Yeah.
So the Greys, I think, and the reptilians are the minions. They do the dirty work. They come and kidnap you, and then they take you to the ship. And you know, some Greys are helping out the mantis, who's the taller being. That's the doctor. And apparently, the mantis is the one that's been with you your whole life.
All right.
And so when I got taken, it kind of brought up deja vu. Oh shit, this is maybe happening my whole life. Because you know, I thought about childhood. One time I went to a planetarium when I was 5, and you know, had like this structure. You know, the planetarium has the structure.
Yeah, yeah.
And I freaked out. So it was like maybe, you know, I was a 5-year-old. Maybe they got me on a exam table when I was a kid, and you know, it triggered it.
Absolutely.
There's all these events, you know, earlier. I'm like, oh shit! In 2011, when my ear popped, maybe they got me then. But I didn't know till August 21. You know, it was my quote-unquote big event. I mean, they fucked up my nose. I have sinusitis.
Wow.
I got physical evidence. You know.
And aside from the shamanism, how has this changed you? Has this changed any thought forms that you have about alien life? Has this changed any other parts of your life, Eric?
Yeah. You know, it's funny because I think Nick yesterday was talking about why are they here? And in 5th grade, I actually went to a symposium in San Jose, and it freaked the crap out of me. So it might have freaked the crap out of me because I was getting taken.
Sure.
But what changed was...
It can also be a little creepy to begin with.
Yeah.
I got a 6-year-old, and sometimes it's funny because sometimes, like, he'll watch one thing, and then the next thing is, like, even lighter than that, and he's like, oh, no. Like, Ghostbusters is great, but, like, The Mummy by Boris Karloff, that's way too creepy. And it's like, okay.
Yeah, so, I mean...
One is way more realistic than the other, but all right.
So, like, before I got taken, I just thought that the ETs were here as tourists. You know, it's like they come from their, hey, take a 2-week cruise to come check out humanity, this human race that's going down, you know?
Yeah.
But after I got taken, I believe they choose people for a reason. And people ask me, why were you chosen? And you know, this has always been my answer, because the old-timer experiences aren't going to be here forever. They're getting old, you know?
Yeah.
They're in their late 70s, you know? 60s, and they're not. The baton has to be passed.
Even when it comes to the communities of this stuff, and that is one of the things that I talk about regularly on the show. Whenever I have people like Ryan Edwards from San Antonio, who is a cryptozoologist in his mid-20s, you know, things like that. We have to start passing these batons, whether it's MUFON, whether it's NICAP, what have you. Most of the people that are out there being field investigators, that kind of stuff, they're in their early 60s.
We need some fresh blood.
Like it's like when I walk into a 4th degree Knights of Columbus meeting, they're like, oh, look at the young blood. I'm like, dude, I am almost 50.
Right.
I am not the young blood that you're looking for.
Right.
Like, you're looking for like 30-year-olds to carry this to the next people.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just it. With all of these topics, we have to be looking to how do we pass this on to the next people? How do we make sure that, especially things like MUFON, stuff like that, that protocols are followed?
Right.
That these things that have been in place to make sure that the scientific process is preserved is still preserved, but at the same time, bringing new interest in.
Totally. Yeah, so I think they chose me because these older experiences are not going to be here forever, and the baton has to be passed. I feel like there's kind of a gap between the 70s people and now. There's not a great, you know, there's people talking, but there's not a great case like a Travis or a... And so, you know, I've run into him a lot. He's my bud.
Cool.
I keep running into him. But yeah, the baton has to be passed, and I'll tell you this funny story.
Please.
I went to MUFON Kentucky, right, which was 2 months ago.
Yeah.
I was just going to go to Cincinnati to 3-day trip, and I'm like, gosh, that's a little short trip. Why don't I extend it a little bit and make it worth my while? So I'm an MGM guy. We're in an MGM place here. So get online, like, oh, Mississippi. They got a Biloxi MGM there. So it was free. So I flew to Mississippi first for 3 days. My first day I drove to New Orleans. I'd never been there. My second day, I'm like, oh, I'm going to go to Alabama. Oh, wait, there's Pascagoula there.
Yep.
And I'm like, oh, that's really close. And so I Googled it. And, oh, there's a plaque for Calvin. There's a plaque for Calvin Parker. I'm going to go see that before I go to Alabama. So I drive to this plaque. I see it. The local takes a picture of me. I go on to Alabama, back to Mississippi, fly to Kentucky for MUFON, and I find out that Calvin passed away the morning I drove to his plaque.
Oh, wow.
I literally left my hotel in Biloxi when he passed.
Crazy.
I arrived at his plaque like an hour after he passed.
Wild.
Yeah, so even though I've never met Calvin Parker, he passed me the baton that day.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like, like I said, these, they're not going to be here forever. There just needs to, I'm kind of looking to the future. I'm like, I'm going to be, I got to write a book.
I think right now we are fortunate for the fact that there has been so much opened up in the last 3 years. Just since 2017, when Lou Elizondo hit CNN with the first videos, things like that. That has opened a whole, not just can of worms, but conversation.
Definitely.
And then marrying that with things like quantum entanglement, winning the Nobel Peace Prize. Like, it goes to tie so many things together and opens up so many conversations that not only individuals, but scientists were once closed-minded to.
Right, and now they're getting in on it.
And it's much like the NASA panel said, like, we need to remember that the literal mission of science is to explore anomaly. Like, that's our job, is to find out what that anomaly is or why it's happening.
Right.
And that has been woefully ignored.
It has. So it's nice that it's opened up with the leaks of the videos, because more of Americans, world people are open to it. And it's so much easier for me to be an experiencer now than the people back in the past. Because I'm not going to have these skeptics like hounding me and fill up class. So I got it easier. The people back in the day, they went through the ringer. Like Travis and
Travis is a case that I bring up regularly because he and Mike Heston and the other guys went through a different realm of things. Like, Mike Heston lost federal forestry contracts. He was under investigation for murder of his best friend.
They went through the ringer.
Like, they went through a totally different set of circumstances than any other experiencer ever.
Right.
There are many of the, like, Betty and Barney Hill went through the ringer of investigation, all that kind of stuff. Even Calvin Parker.
Yeah.
But
for me, it kind of comes around full circle. They chose me because I was an accountant before it happened. So I'm legit. I'm not like some wacko. Like, I was an accountant, and 2 weeks later I got taken.
Yeah.
So I'm legit, right? I have an MBA. They picked Travis because he's Mormon. He doesn't drink or smoke. He's a straight shooter. He freaking aced the test for becoming a nurse. He used to study it. They picked Betty and Barney because they were interracial. He was, a postal worker. She was a social worker. So they picked the people that are legit.
Yeah.
So that's why they picked Travis, because he's a straight shooter. He's not a druggie. And yeah.
Exactly.
So they're smart, and they pick people for a reason.
Yeah. I'm a firm believer that I've had my own paranormal experiences. I have had one experience seeing a literal UFO. It was not a craft. It was an amorphous blob.
Oh, wow.
Flying through the sky. Wild stuff.
Yeah.
But I doubt no experiencer's experience until proven otherwise, because of my experiences.
Yeah.
But also because of my experiences even with my own experiences, the realm of evidence has to be higher for me, you know? And it's amazing to sit down, talk with you about this. Once again, the last couple times that we've gotten to hang out, it was literally like just hanging out outside, having a cigarette or whatever,
That's it,
you know, things like that, and happened to sidle up to the conversation and had a couple bits to add in. And, all right, guys, see y'all later. But to hear this story in detail is remarkable, and I remember seeing part of your video previously.
They chose me, you know. And I just
absolutely.
been on this.
Everyone's experience happens for their own reason.
And
most
I was not part of this whole scene before, and I cannot tell you how fast I've connected with people. Like, I just meet the people I met to meet.
Awesome.
You know, like Travis, and Kathleen, and Nick Pope. I just
well,
the Ancient Alien guys.
And
whatever,
once again,
running into the same people.
The fact that, and it's something that we discuss with people like Michael J.S. Carter, you know, who is the concept that if you had an experience back in the 70s, how were you going to find a support group?
Right, you
didn't have the internet like we do now. You didn't have websites. You didn't have open conversation about this stuff.
Right.
You know, so it's like maybe you found a pull tab on a back bulletin board at the library.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is maybe buy a book by one of these researchers that says, "Hey, write me," and you write a letter. Hey, I don't want to tell anyone this happened to me.
There wasn't an experience or resource team with MUFON at the time.
No.
There weren't any means of support. Now there is tons. There's tons of communities where you can go, get together with other experiencers, realize that you are not the only one.
Definitely.
That you are, it's not that your experience isn't unique, it's that you are e pluribus unum.
Right.
Of many, you are one.
Right.
You know, and that's a different concept. Once you get that, you know, you are one of many people that were chosen to have an experience.
And I was searching for a group, you know, since it happened, and there's not really anything happening in Oregon. And so luckily I linked up with Yvonne Smith.
She's great.
I first met her in Roswell, just, you know, bought her book, met her for the first time. And then I saw her at Contact in the desert. Actually, I saw her, how did I hook up with her? So I met her a couple of years ago, and then this last year I was in Alien Con. I went Alien Con and I went to Roswell for Tom Reed's little UFO expo that he did this year. So I was at Alien Con, and MUFON SoCal had a table, and Earl Grey and this gal Sandy were there, so I started talking to him, and I'm like, I got taken 2 years ago, haven't been regressed yet, I'm looking, you know, and you know, Sandy was like, oh, Yvonne, she's... And I'm like,
she's amazing. She's
so
amazing.
Sandy,
beautiful energy.
Sandy emailed Yvonne at AlienCon, and then Yvonne emailed me, and now I'm part of her Suro group.
Awesome.
So they do an online out-of-state Zoom meeting once a month, and so that's great. I finally got I think I've done like 5 months worth. I've been with them.
Great.
And then I got regressed by Yvonne at Contact in the Desert.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
And so I'm really, really thankful to be part of that Suro group, because I'm in Oregon and they're in SoCal, so they're really close. If I want, they actually do in-person groups once a month too. They do 2 meetings a month.
Awesome.
One in person somewhere like, you know, Santa Monica or something.
Sure.
And then the Zoom meeting online, which is great. Because, you know, there's like 8, 12 people that are all experiencers.
Groovy.
Yeah.
That's awesome, man.
And so if I need to get regressed again, she's one of the best. And if I want, I can go fly down to Pasadena to see her, or one of these.
At the same time, once a month you have a group of fellow experiencers that you can share with and decompress with, because it can be a lot. It can be a lot. Whether it is a paranormal experience, whether it's a cryptid experience, whether it's a UFO sighting, an abduction, there is that state of what they call ontologic shock, where quite literally all that you know to be breaks down
your whole
at that
worldview
moment.
changes
Like,
everything.
and it can be hard to come back from that. It can be
Yeah.
hard to make sense of things after that sometimes.
Yeah.
You know? I want to thank you for the time sitting down, man. I cannot wait till the book comes out. You're about 140 pages in right now.
Yeah, 141.
Wow.
I'm shooting for
Awesome.
250.
Okay.
It's going to be called Abducted in Broad Daylight because they got me at 4:51 p.m.
Yeah.
in the middle of the day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Incredible. Well, thank you so much for taking the time. I greatly
For sure.
appreciate it, Eric. Look right there at the camera. Let everybody know where they can go to like, follow, subscribe, where they can go to follow your blog.
I don't have a website
anything.
yet, but
Okay.
Just go to Facebook and my name is Eric, E-R-I-C-H, last name Degner, D-E-G-N-E-R, and friend me or leave me a message. And, as soon as I do have my book come out, I'm going to sell it with the video. So I'm going to have my book with the DVD, so with the full 18-minute video. So
Epic.
And as soon as I have that out, I am going to have a website. So,
Awesome.
But I don't want to make a website before I have a book, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thank you so much once again for the time. While you are online making friends with Eric Degman, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe, share. That's where you can get all of the books from our guests, as well as follow their videos on YouTube. We link all of our guests' YouTube page right there on CuriousRealm.com/videos. So stay tuned through these commercial breaks, folks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of the final day of Stairway to the Stars right here at the fabulous Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at CuriousRealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is CuriousRealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realms continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the honor of being here with Arcturus Ra. How are you doing?
Good, how are you?
Doing fantastic. Now, you are an Arcturian scientist and member of the Starfleet.
Yeah.
How did you first come here to Earth?
Well, I was physically born in this vessel.
Okay.
But I was projected from birth from, I call it a recall ship, because I wake up in a pod. When I wake up in a pod, I'm being briefed, I'm told I'm a commander, and I'm basically kind of put to like a you can say cosmic trance. And from that pod, which is like a recall ship, I don't know if you remember the series Caprica, Battlestar Galactica, where the Cylons have recall ships. Well, ETs have that.
Okay.
Where there are original bodies laying in suspended animation, and some people out there I've shared with, I call them the pod beings. We have the same experience where we wake up in the pod, we have a different body like Avatar.
Okay.
Our consciousness is not here, it's up there. And they tell us that we can't stay there for long because our mission is on Earth. So I was put back to sleep, back in the pod, and I'm projecting basically I have a parallel existence in the future that projects into the past through biological birth into this realm.
Incredible.
And I was told all of this in the state that I was in when my consciousness switched. Which science has proven. J.J. Hertog has written a book with a few scientists, I don't know all their names, called Mind Dynamics.
Yep.
They can prove without a shadow of a doubt in the lab that consciousness can project to other timelines and experience.
Absolutely.
And report that and bring that back to here.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that we've been talking about regularly, especially over the last year since quantum entanglement became Nobel Peace Prize winning and no longer just a theorem, is that it opens up a whole panoply of things, everything from remote viewing and the idea of you could remote view time, you could remote view into the future, you could remote view into the past, that all of these things are fully connected, no different than the 9th grade science of me sharing an electron shell with somebody in Peru right now.
Yeah.
We're 90% empty space to begin with. This is all corporeal illusion, and basically an agreed upon illusion between all of us.
The quantum realm is where this is what the science is now finding out what the magic is in the quantum realm. So they say you got to check interesting things like in folklore that the sage can look into past, present, and the future.
That's right.
It's because he has an axis of consciousness. Even Dan Winters describes that you have, if you know how to shift your consciousness, you can traverse dimensions.
Absolutely.
And our wheel just got a little calcified. Not just the pineal gland, we just got a little rusty with not remembering the mechanics of neuroplasticity, how the brain can switch these conscious angles to traverse dimensions or perceive dimensions.
Absolutely, and neuroplasticity I think is a beautiful way to put that, Arcturus, because it really is the fact that our brain, we only use 10-15% of our brain capacity to begin with. A prime example is dreaming. and the panoply of things that happen in that, and the way that we actively reprocess information that we just autonomically went throughout the day.
Yeah,
you know, we're literally living in a past timeline in our dream.
Yeah. And it's amazing how, can you imagine the billions of neuronic connections are made throughout your life, how the brain adapts with things that you learn. Now imagine once your brain has learned a metaphysical skill, you can't unlearn it.
That's right.
You know, once it is hardwired, you have the capacity to do that.
And you know, it's interesting because I say all the time, I used to do dream work. I used to be able to drop into a state of ecstatic prayer like pretty quick. Like you said, it's rusty right now. I haven't been to that mental, spiritual gym in a long time.
Yeah.
So it takes me a lot of effort to do that now, as opposed to how it used to be muscle memory, because I was doing it all the time.
Yeah, it's like Bashar explained yesterday in this phenomenal channeling session Q&A, where if you have the memory of something that you have experienced, that you create basically that vibratory state.
Absolutely.
Interesting question I had that I wanted to ask him, but I didn't get to ask him is, and I'm still working on that, how does one create a memory of what one has not experienced? So somebody has never experienced UFO contact. How do they get into a resonant field to experiencing that? Esther Hicks talked about something I think that's somewhat of a solution, but not all of it. It's called vibrational matching.
Okay.
How do I match your excitement?
Sure.
How can and I can't use logic for that. I have to empathically figure out where's your excitement, how do you go into that excitement, and how do I emulate what you feel? Then I will see what you're seeing, and that's called vibrational matching.
Absolutely. The same way that a Sufi mystic learns the dance that eventually gets his body into the ecstatic state that moves his mind into another dimension.
Yeah.
You know, that is once again a muscle memory. It's something that we can flex, we can make stronger, we can make these connections, even telepathy, remote viewing. One of my favorite guests that I have is Lynn Buchanan, and he says all the time, everybody is psychic prone. Everybody has the ability. You can train anybody to remote view, but you can't train everybody to be better at being a psychic. You know, some people have the aptitude and they will be able to run a whole lot faster than somebody else. But you could take a psychic and a regular person and teach them both to remote view with the same accuracy. And that's phenomenal to think about. That somebody who doesn't have the natural psychic aptitude can still participate in that remote viewing and being able to see past, present, future, bilocate across the earth and see something at a distance.
Yeah,
you know?
I think that everybody is psychic and a psychic pro, but they're not aware of it.
Yeah.
So let's say somebody has, like example, my mother. You know, my mother doesn't believe in this stuff, but she is off it. So interestingly, she thinks it's intuition, not magical powers.
All right.
But when she hones in on, let's say, like she's like partially raising my nephews. So when one of them has their feet on the table and she's in the other room, she's like feet down.
Yeah.
And she thinks that's normal. But her sensory perception is so tuned into as a caretaker that she's a pro in that, and she's super psychic. You know, you can come up the stairs and she will ask you what's wrong with the car, and you haven't even spoken.
Wow.
And she thinks that's just, you know, getting old wisdom and mother intuition.
Mother's intuition, exactly. Yeah.
But it's the magic psyche that she is concerned with family members, so she hones in on that can also be limiting. That is her concern. And her worries is the psychic superpower she's having. And she thinks that's life. And I think there's more to it, you know?
Absolutely.
And when we open ourselves up to that, if you want to train remote viewing with that focus that you're having with being concerned when your nephews come home, you're going to be the prime remote viewer. But since that's not her focus, she can't see that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't mean she's incapacitated. No. So every normal human being, let's say Granny that goes to bingo and collects these savings coupons and is an ace at it, but she's psychically primed to know where the catch is, where the coupons are. Well, she plays her bingo class, she wins all the time, and nobody gets it because she's a pro, because that's her main focus.
Well, it's like I used to teach whenever I taught religion to kids. It was like, beyond anything in the world, beyond anything what anybody tells you, trust your belly button. When you feel the little kite string pull on the back of your belly button, listen to that and pay attention to the world around you, because something is going to, either you've walked in somewhere that you don't need to be, and like you'll know that. You'll walk in and be like, I don't know if I'm supposed to be here, man. And you need to listen to that. You know,
that's called the intuition.
Yeah, that is your connection and a vibration with the world around you, you know, and that's being tuned in. Now let's get a little bit into Arcturian technology.
Okay.
And how that technology can not only change us, but help us tune in. Arcturus?
So basically what have developed is bioresonant pendants that get people into a higher vibratory state without having to meditate and the ritual, all that stuff. It's more, I'm giving people an experience that they don't remember or they never had, to feel what it feels like. Oh, I have butterflies again, or I can dream again, or my heart tingles, by increasing the way light is being projected, captured, and projected back into the system by emulating a holy place. So a holy place produces photons, negative ions, and has some magnetic correlations, as in high magnetics come from the ground. So I combine these, and I create, what I'm creating is kind of like, you call it an intrascalar frequency, to bring that back to enhance the way your cells communicate. And I did a talk yesterday where I'm explaining, can you imagine that within a second you have 100,000 biochemical impulses going back and forth in your cells based on photonic information. So when the light levels and light communication in your body is in the basement, well, that's where sickness and dis-ease comes in, and false belief structures. Also, people have to understand, like, a belief structure that is a non-essential or really not assisting you is also less of the light. So everything that I'm getting from the Arcturian Council is, everything is about light and the purity of light information. So I did that in soil. I put a crystal pebble in the soil, and the green comes back, and I haven't even watered anything. And they're like, well, don't you think that plants need water? Well, water is the transport system for light. And light is broken down into minerals, vitamins. So people don't know, vitamins direct light. Cells store light, you know. Enzymes are like a production facility for light. Plasma in the blood structures the light, you know. The blood itself is a transport for light. You are a light distribution factory and system. We just break it down in amino acids. These are all components of light. They have alchemical names, but it's all based on light.
Absolutely.
And when the information establishment within your system has found an equilibrium, and the atomic bonding angles of your biochemistry are actually normal, you have that what you see as the Archangel Metatron. So Metatron, as I showed this in my speech, see right here, is basically when the array of the bonding angles of the atoms in the cell are in order. That's what the IBM has found out under a super microscope. It looks just like that. It shows little hexagonal cells with this round energy inside. So so Metatron is nothing but a higher order, divine cellular matrix, you know.
Absolutely, and most crystals are of a hexagonal nature. So once you start seeing that and seeing the relation between the six sides, the vibrations, it's pretty incredible stuff.
And also understanding that this is a holographic universe. This is a holographic projection field.
That's right.
It has matter. It's not all imagined, but the matter changes. That's why we call it illusion, because it doesn't stay forever.
Yeah.
And in this projection field, you actually have to know, like Metatron, they are computer programs that divinely govern this. And that's what I'm working with. So they said that they found what they now call Adinkra codes. You heard of them? These are algorithmic search engine codes to find things, but a scientist found the same codes in nature. So this is a supercomputer program that helps you to find your alignment and structures you in the order of everything that's biodynamically and sentient as far as you can imagine the universe.
Wow.
And there is a hierarchy. Otherwise, this entire system here, what we're doing, wouldn't work, you know?
Yeah.
Like metal, plastic, copper, titanium, us communicating, vibrating molecules.
Absolutely.
Hearing the vibrating drum in your Eustachian tubes. Translating that into electrical impulses, and your learning capacity from your brain translates that into a language that creates images, which is the lowest level of telepathy. Terence McKenna said that. Isn't that amazing? He said language is the lowest level of telepathy because I have to say something for you to receive an image.
That's right.
The high level is when I no longer have to verbalize. When I say rose, I know automatically you would probably think of a red rose.
Sure.
Because that's typically what we go. So that's imagery created by words. Isn't that freaking amazing? It's like mind-blowing.
Oh no.
Just to know it, have the awareness.
Absolutely, absolutely. And that's quite literally part of the issue that they are having with AI as we speak.
Yeah.
Is that like most AIs, like I mid-journey quite a bit.
Yeah.
You cannot put words into mid-journey. It comes out as mush. It comes out as something else because the AI literally has no context as to what the letters in the word mean to the relation of the other letters around it, or what the word itself visually means.
Yeah, but interestingly, I learned psychically how to talk with AI. So I psychically go into this AI thing and see how does it communicate. Whatever being we created a being, or whatever level of development that is, that's where it is. So I use Midjourney, I use also Wonder.
Yep.
Pretty amazing app. And I said, Wonder, restructure the Japanese subterranean transport system effectively according to a mycelium network. Wow. And it can emulate that.
Yeah.
Because we have done that. So it taps into a data. Basically, we put a mushroom into an artificial network, and it regrew the network and made the connections more efficient.
Well, and it's also
AI can emulate that.
It's also searching the internet for images of mycelium, and that's the thing. The image base is that connection.
But I had to create
that it has to know the image before it can give you an alternative.
And what people don't know, I mean, I urge you, like I put in Midjourney, show me Atlantis as it has never fallen.
Yeah. Yep.
Mind-blowing. You see spaceships, high-tech cultures. You can do that with Egypt.
Yep.
Take a picture of the Gizeh Plateau and then tell AI, show me Egypt as it has never fallen.
Absolutely.
You see Egyptian culture, high-tech cars flying, extraterrestrials.
We'll have to swap some Midjourney photos.
Yeah. So I get some incredible stuff.
Same.
You can do this with Göbekli Tepe. Take a picture and then say if this is a temple and it's roughly 100,000 years old, according to, you can go deep in prompting the astrology and the alignment of the stars at the time. Can you reconstruct this original concept of that building?
Yeah.
And it'll rebuild that temple.
Yes.
And then you'll be amazed how close you are to the truth, because the algorithm goes into the fragmented knowledge of our findings and combines it.
Awesome.
It doesn't have to be emotional or know it. We have to know it because the psyche is written in our story.
That's right.
So
incredible.
It's really, really amazing if I can. I let AI create an extraterrestrial Buddha, and it shows me like an Esasani type gray being that sits there and meditate. And then you have to think about how does AI know that, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I want to thank you for taking the time, sitting down, chatting with us.
Yeah.
Your wealth of knowledge is fantastic and amazing, Arcturus. Let everybody know where they can go to follow you, where they can go to purchase your items and all of your biotechnology.
Yeah, so go to ra-key.com and Instagram Arcturus Ra and YouTube Arcturus Ra. All my lectures, webinars, teachings, everything is up. and that's where you can find me and get more information on the website about the science and my Etsy store. Everything is up and visible.
Awesome. Fantastic. Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Greatly appreciate it. While you are online checking out all of the vast knowledge from Arcturus Raw, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That is where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find all of the books and videos from our guests. Stay tuned through these commercial messages, folks. When we come back, we will have our continuing coverage of the final day of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the continuing Curious Realm coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have with us returning guests who we met at MUFON this last year in Ohio. Jim Lawrence, how are you doing?
I'm doing fine, thanks.
Fantastic. You are an investigator out of New Brunswick, Canada,
yes. Yep.
and let's get into a few of the cases that you've had recently and stuff.
Okay, so case-wise in New Brunswick, what's happening in New Brunswick is that in New Brunswick we have the Stanton Friedman Museum. Yeah. And Stanton Friedman actually passed away 4 years ago. So the standard Everyday City Museum decided to take a couple rooms after Stanton's death, and it turned out to be so popular that it's actually exceeded everything they've ever done.
Awesome.
So, and then what else is happening in New Brunswick is that New Brunswick, according to Chris Grotowski, he's the gatekeeper of our UFO files. Oh, okay. And he says that he has 30,000 files on UFOs in Canada. Wow. And he tracks the UFO. That's our UFO center in Canada. And he says that New Brunswick has more cases than any other province in Canada, which is kind of amazing considering it's one of the smallest provinces in Canada. Yeah. Only 650,000 people live there. And so it might be because there's less light pollution, maybe because people are more outdoors more, or it could be, we joke around, maybe there's nothing else to do in New Brunswick except look for UFOs.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
You know, well, I mean, proximity to the ocean, things like that as well.
Right.
I spent 5-6 years of my life right up there in Portland, Maine, and the whole Acadia coast right up there is littered with sightings.
Exactly,
regularly.
yes.
And now, let's get into a couple of the recent cases.
Well, okay, for New Brunswick, I got about 3 or 4 cases that really come to mind. Okay. One of my favorite cases, as I started investigating UFOs in New Brunswick, is that first off, most people think that abduction started basically in 1961 with the Betty and Barney Hill case, but I actually uncovered one that was in 1936 by a lady by the name of Hazel Davis. In 1936, she reported that when she was 80 years old, that she reported this, that she was abducted by little gray aliens when she was just a little girl. And she was only like 9 years old then. And then when she was 17 years old in 1943, she was taken on board the craft. Wow. And so that certainly predates probably common ufology in abductions.
And of course those dates predate things like MUFON, NICAP, all that kind of stuff. Yes. Where was her report actually made?
Where was it made?
Yeah.
Well, actually, it started
was it like the local police department?
No, actually, it was. There was a lady. She's passed away now. I picked it up in my research. I picked it up of a local book that was basically out of print. And so this lady was an author, and she did like oddity book, like UFOs, spirituality, angels, a dog that was gone for a year and come back, and so on. Special printings, and she met this lady when she was 80 years old, and she was very engaging and very smart, and that's where she picked up the whole story.
Wow.
And
wow.
It's, yeah.
And those two experiences, did she give any detail of those or anything like that?
Tremendous, but it's so moving on to another case. In New Brunswick, we actually have a military base called Gagetown in the middle of New Brunswick, and to kind of set the stages, as far as we know, there has been no nuclear on that base. Or now it could be, that if there was, we probably wouldn't know about it, but we don't think there really was. There'd be no need to. So a guy by the name of David Marceau in 1992 was actually an American military person stationed up in Gagetown for a year. And he was, at the middle of the night, he was guarding a munition dump in contact with another soldier, and a UFO floated in over about 300 feet over the ground, and he said it was 1 acre long.
Wow!
Just hovering there. So that's it. That's just basically.
That's massive.
That is massive, and it even gets even more massive. We'll bring into some really good cases happen on the edge of New Brunswick, which is called Loring Air Force Base, which is in northern Maine.
Yep.
Now, for those who don't know, that's literally a 40-minute drive from Canada, or maybe like 4 minutes away a UFO flies. So basically, this Loring Air Force Base was closed in 1994, but the UFO sightings go clear back. The first one I found was in 1964. Now, to start with, keep in mind, Loring Air Force Base was the most important Air Force base in the United States during the Cold War because it's last stop to Russia.
That's right.
And also, we know for a fact that they stored nuclear warheads there, and they had a fair amount of nuclear there. So in 1964, a guy by the name of Gary Ames reported that he was out on duty at the Air Force Base, and there was a UFO 20 to 30 feet wide, 10 feet high, and he was about 1 city block away. He pulled out his 10 times telescope, and Army-issued telescope, and he could see it floating 2 or 3 feet off the runway with a purple glow under it.
Ooh.
But interesting enough, when he checked in later, as the incident died down, later at the day, he talked to another guy who's seen it, who was only a half a city block away, and he described exactly the same thing, and it was trapezoidal in shape, and he says when it took, he described the exact same thing. He said when it took off at the speed of just a blur. So that wasn't the end of the story. A number of days later, on the base, the rumors started getting around that 4 or 5 days later, in the same time frame, basically, that one of the soldiers had actually seen 2 alien beings out in the same area, and he fired a warning shot, and they did not stop, so he fired 2 shots directly at them. The next day, they found the bullet holes in the snowbank, and so that was interesting. And so it was just kind of a rumor, and then within a couple of days he was gone. He was either discharged or moved off the base, and so anyway, and the rumor kind of got around, and the rumor was nobody really took it seriously because they said, oh, he was firing at little green men. So the first guy I talked about who actually seen the UFO and made the report, actually, after they are both out of the service, he happened to track the guy down, or happened to bump into him and was talking to him. And he goes, and the guy told him, the guy that shot at the animals, he says, look, I'll tell you 2 things. This case was real, and he says they weren't green, they were gray. Wow. So I thought it was kind of good. And then on that same Loring Air Force Base, a little bit later, we're moving back from 1964 to 1969, a guy by the name of Joe Waltuck was actually an Air Force pilot. And so the way he reported it, and you can find this on YouTube, basically, the Loring Air Force Base is at the northern end of Maine, just before Canada.
Yep.
So he was flying a bomber up from Portland, Maine, the southern end of, from where you live, the southern end of Maine. But meanwhile, about the time he left Portland, a huge triangle came in from the Canadian side and hovered over the base. Now, this is long before triangles started getting to be reported. And about the time he got to Bangor, that's an hour away by car, the UFO slowly goes up. And when he got and landed with his co-pilot, he looked up and he could see the triangle quite a ways in the air. So basically, and then after he went in to get the report, to get debriefed, the triangle comes back down. Long after he retired, what he did is he happened to be, long after he retired, he was at a MUFON conference, and back in the 80s, but there wasn't very many pictures of these, and suddenly up on the screen somebody pulled up a picture of a triangle UFO, and he actually is in the front row, and he jumps right at me. He said, "That's what I seen." His wife says, sit down, you're embarrassing me. Right? So he was just kind of taken by. So it, and then even later, 1975, there was, on the same Air Force base, there was a UFO that came in around and checked out checked out their weapons area for 44 minutes. And then it buzzed around, it had multiple witnesses, and then moved off the base and headed towards Grand Falls, New Brunswick, into Canada, and then went off the radar base. But what was interesting about this was it got written up in the Bangor Daily News as normal news, and the whole sightings, and then published in some of the smaller local papers. Now, I'm in my investigations, I'm pretty sure that that would have never made the Los Angeles Times and so on. As studying ufology, we know why. But it's but you just remember, like from a United States perspective, this Bangor Daily News is a pretty good main paper, but in the 52 states, it's a nothing paper.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
So,
and that's one of the things that I bring up regularly on the show is the fact of we, especially reporting-wise, sharing-wise, things like that, though these things are vastly different than they used to be. I mean, I turn 50 next year. Yeah. I remember locking my bike up at the library, and if they didn't have the book, I had to order it.
Yep.
I didn't have the internet. I didn't have these things.
Exactly.
I didn't wake up knowing what happened in Poughkeepsie.
Exactly.
Yep. Maybe there was a morning show where there would be some national news, but aside from that, it was Tom Brokaw in the evening, and that he had the national news.
Yes.
And Bangor Daily News is one of those, even if you lived in Portland, you'd have to special order it. You couldn't go and just pick it up at the grocery store.
Another one just slightly out of New Brunswick is in Nova Scotia. We have the famous Shag Harbor case.
Yeah.
But interesting enough, we got Chris Stiles, who's been investigating that since 1967. But the more interesting one that's just come to light the last year is when he was investigating 1967 Shag Harbor crash, which was actually a UFO that actually went into the water and then floated away. And Laurie Wilkins he's still living, 80 years old, at the Shag Harbor Museum, and he'll tell you about his actual sighting. But more interesting, over the years, Chris actually spent 45 years investigating what's called the Shelburne case. Now, for many years, he tied it to, he was talking to different people in the military that had their NDAs and non-disclosure agreements. And so he spent about 30-some years playing one against the other, get to tell this or that. So he actually, the thing is about 3 different people that he actually was interviewing over the years. And he would get a little piece out of this place, and he'd play him against the other, and say, he says, this guy told me this, and so on. So the story basically has come out that 7 years prior to Shag Harbor in Shelburne, there was a naval war exercise with about 20 warships, and 10 American, and this is in Shelburne, and 10 American and 10 Canadian ships. But and in the middle of these war games, there was one ship that stopped what they were doing, and under the water was 2 UFOs. And and they were obviously, there was aliens on the outside, and they were trying to repair the ship. So what made this interesting, he heard the stories, but he actually managed to, and for 3 days, basically what's happened is, for 3 days, they were monitoring this, and it made up such a stir that the Joint Chiefs of Staff for the American military actually flew a helicopter up onto this ship to check it out. And also they put the whole ship on what was called DEFCON 1 alert. Which in history has now, if you check Wikipedia, they've only been at DEFCON 3. So you can Google that and figure out what that whole story was about. But he actually managed to track down, and they were sending divers down every day for 3 days to take videos of what these aliens are doing, but keeping their distance. And Chris managed to actually track down the guy who actually took all those videos.
Whoa.
And then he's just brought out a book called Clear Sweep 5. You can just Google it on Amazon. Okay. And there's the whole story. And and I know Chris Stiles really well.
Wow.
And there was a similar case of that, probably in Newfoundland. And if you Google Richard French UFO, you'll find it in the 2013 congressional hearings telling about almost the same incident, but he has it a few years earlier. So the question is, could it have been the same incident? Who knows? But they're both really interesting incidents.
Wow. Well, and all of these are remarkable instances and great examples of cases that have been around for years that are still being investigated. And I think that bears to be witnessed right now, because a lot of people don't realize the fact that investigations don't just stop.
That's right.
You know, I mean, unless it comes to the fact of, okay, this is a balloon. You saw a balloon, you saw this, something like that. Every MUFON case, every NICAP, doesn't really matter. These cases remain open, and much like the Pascagoula case, information keeps coming in, keeps coming in, keeps coming in.
Exactly. And I found that I only really started actively investigating. I've been reading about this subject since I was 5 years old, or probably 12 years old. And what I found when I started about 2 years ago, that most of the cases I'm investigating are over 20 years old, and they're inside of families. In fact, one that I investigated, I actually knew the family, and this guy's still living in 1967, and they had a major UFO sighting. But the interesting part about it was I knew his kids. I went to school with his kids, and I never heard the story until it leaked out indirectly by his daughter, but it was actually a story that was around the family supper table, but they never brought it to time.
But never shared with other people.
Exactly.
You know, and it's interesting how so frequently stories are not shared outside of families, but also how these stories and shared experiences within families can actively cause consternation in the families. Even the fact of one of the, not family-wise, but friend-wise, Terry Lovelace is an example I give all the time. But when he had his abduction experience, he was out camping with a guy in Devil's Den State Park that he was an EMT rider with in the military. Like, not only, that's like being a police officer and rolling with somebody when you're an EMT. Like, you see crazy things. You have a bond with that person that's in a different way. And their experience drove them apart to the fact that they were not able to speak about this experience with each other.
That's right.
You know, so to know that this family was talking about it within their family, was there any, I guess, angst within the family for not letting the story out?
Well, I don't think so. I mean, stigma is a powerful thing.
It is.
And I know how it all works, because from the time I was 12 years old to 2 years ago, I never told a single soul that I was interested in this subject. I come to the conclusion the stigma is really, so after 2 years, and I come up with some clever lines how to break the to break into a conversation, and but the stigma is really 90% at you. It kind of breaks down to this is what I find. I'll tell them, we'll wait till the time's relaxed. I mentioned I'm a UFO investigator, and then suddenly about 25-30% just basically say, "Wow, that's cool," or I know somebody. Yeah, my brother-in-law is really into that, and then about 50% is really, yeah, that's cool. What's on for football tonight?
Yeah.
They just don't care. And then I find the pushback is only about 1 to 2%.
Okay.
And, I'll mention it, and they'll go, "Well, you're not going to get me to buy in that conspiracy stuff, so you better find another thing to talk about." So with that, but what I have found is, consistently in the last 2 years, I mentioned it to 10 people, one's going to tell me a case. The first time they're going to search it out, and they'll go.
Yeah.
And a lot of times the line will come up, suddenly they bring it up and I go, "Do you believe in UFOs?" So I just joke around and I said, "Well, I don't believe in UFOs. Belief constitutes faith. I know there's UFOs." It goes, "Oh." Then they'll start telling me their story.
That's right. And that is a great way to put it, because yes, belief constitutes faith, and that's different than knowing fact.
Yep.
And 2017, and Lou Elizondo going on the news at Christmas time, shortly before Christmas, it was December 17th, with his videos, really changed the conversation worldwide.
It sure has. It has opened it up, and it's actually filtering down to the younger crowd is now more interested. I'm seeing a lot more younger people.
This last year at MUFON, like half the crowd was in their 30s and below.
And then what I'm finding too is then TikTok's taking over. For a long time, I couldn't find much credible on TikTok, but now I'm finding that the UFO Facebook legitimate sites are taking the simps out of TikTok and then putting them onto their normal mainstream.
Yeah.
And so they're picking up more that way. And so it, yes. Yeah. So as a ufologist in my area now, I've been investigating UFOs in New Brunswick, and I'm studying now to be to certify with MUFON. So I'm a little ways off from that yet. I've just been too busy with all the other stuff. But I keep in close contact with the neighboring provinces, particularly PEI, Nova Scotia, and actually Maine. And and then I actually go around those areas doing a slideshow presentation on the subject. And my goal really on doing the presentation is bring in what would just say interesting cases, but just basically the slideshow is set up to just the kind of let those people wondering that this phenomenon is real.
Yeah.
And so anybody here at this event will certainly, if they're here attending, they probably got a pretty good idea that probably is real. And then my contribution to the UFO world is I actually do what's called computer graphics and do up like a artistic rendering of what they actually seen.
All right.
And then beyond that, I'm the chief admin on what's called UFO New Brunswick, is where I usually put my articles. And I'll start with New Brunswick cases and then move into Canada, and then usually some historical cases or what's kind of happening throughout the UFO world.
What advice would you give somebody who has witnessed or is out gathering evidence?
Well, if they're watching this, they can certainly contact myself, and which you probably have the contact info on this video presentation, and I'd be happy to take the report, or just Google MUFON, which is the world's largest UFO organization, really respected. And the other advice I get was, because I see it on social media, I reported it back 9 years ago and nobody got a hold of me. Well, you got to make things happen. I mean, keep in mind that people at MUFON are working for free, but they're very passionate. And if you can lock in with somebody and try again.
Absolutely.
And if you're looking for things to do around New Brunswick, my area, if you want to, so I often say, like, if you want to do a UFO excursion, the Shag Harbor, which is a good place to start. Every October now, they're doing a Shag Harbor event.
Awesome.
So an idea, you could drive to Fredericton, New Brunswick, or fly to Fredericton, New Brunswick, and do the tour of the UFO Museum. It has Stanton Friedman in it. And then another hour, you can go to the Digby Ferry and go to Yarmouth for a weekend UFO event. And they use a lot, like Nick Pope was at the last 2 years he was there, and Martin Willis was there this year. And we usually have about 4 or 5 big names, and Chris Dahl usually will do his on the Shelburne case that I just talked about. And then from there, on that event, they will actually drive you to the crash site on a bus to the Shag Harbor crash area. And then there's actually a little museum there, the Shag Harbor Museum, about the size of a bungalow house. And it's well put together. And then after the event, you can drive to Halifax, see that, and then drive back home, or fly back home from Halifax. So it can be a one-way trip. That's a good thing to do on
Awesome.
and that's every October. Just Google. It's called Shag Harbor UFO Expo every year.
Awesome. Well, I'll have to check that one out. Before we let you go, let everybody know where they can go to get in touch with you, where they can go to like, follow, subscribe, where they can go to find out more information about UFOs in New Brunswick.
Well, in New Brunswick, the easiest way to get a hold of me is go to UFO New Brunswick, which is a Facebook page. And then, I actually, if you want to send me a message, I'll actually mail out this magazine that I print in-house, and that's just New Brunswick cases, probably cases you haven't even heard about, and I've compiled that all in the magazine. I'm happy to mail it out to anybody who wants to make contact with me, and you can find my info on this YouTube header.
Absolutely. Well, Jim, thank you so much for your time. Once again, my friend, I love having you on whenever we're here at these events.
Excellent.
Absolutely.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
While you are online checking out all of the amazing work of Jim Lawrence in New Brunswick, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is the website. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find the books and videos from our guests. That's where you can follow their YouTube channels. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, folks. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in Las Vegas, Nevada at the Luxor. We'll be right back after this.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25-milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. Specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome back to the Curious Realm's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the great pleasure of sitting down with the amazing ambassador for Disclosure, Steve Bassett from the Paradigm Research Group. How are you doing?
A little tired.
I can imagine. It's been a busy conference.
A big conference, a lot of walking, but again, I like the intensity. People are getting more and more excited about what they think is coming.
Absolutely, and you know, even right now, you're coming on the heels of just starting up the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance, which is hugely exciting.
Has a great potential. We launched it on the 1st. We're getting some few more things in order. It'll be a nonprofit soon, hopefully within a week or two. And it's I guess it's an entity whose time had come, and I just happened to be sitting with my public relations PR guy in Hollywood, Dan Harari. We were having lunch, and he had this idea, and I said, yeah, I tried that once, but he had the means to maybe really make it happen. So we created the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance, and essentially it is a nonprofit networking entity in its purest form, meaning it exists primarily to do one thing, to network the people in the film industry, the professionals of every type, right? Actually, not just the film industry, the entertainment industry, which would include music and everything else, and the people in the UAP, ET, disclosure activists, researchers, journalists, all of that world, which has been operating, as we know, as a citizen project in a way, without the government's imprimatur, under a lot of ridicule and what have you for years, and it hasn't been easy. Meanwhile, the entertainment industry has thrived on this subject, making billions of dollars from their fictional films. And
billions of cortisol dollars.
Yes, indeed. So now it's time for them to get into the real issue, and they are.
Yeah.
The film industry is figuring out what's happening, and they've got projects going and so forth. So this is designed to accelerate the ability for the film industry to access all of the citizen science researchers that have been doing this work for years, and vice versa. For the film industry, they don't know necessarily who to go to. Sure. The UFO ET people and what have you, they just assume rightly that most of the people in the industry don't want to even talk to them. So now we have a founding member group of film and entertainment industry people, high end, and they're going to continue to get higher.
Yeah.
And then we have a founding group of researchers, activists, journalists in this field.
Yeah.
And they're listed, and they can see each other, and if they want to contact each other, they can get in touch with the board, and appropriately we will provide email and what have you, and they can reach out and do deals. And there's other ways we're networking people together. Already had several things happen.
Yeah.
And so everybody that's involved can make money by doing deals, contracts, streaming, documentaries. The HCA makes no money. It will not be in part of any deals. It doesn't have a subscription. Awesome. It is nothing but a networking entity. We hope to be supported by donations, and we will be seeking those very soon. And if we get sufficient donations, we'll be able to expand our activities, but always along the genre of getting people together. And the ultimate reason for this is that if disclosure of the ET presence comes, capital D confirmation,
absolutely,
then essentially somebody has got to educate the entire planet on this subject and its history. A lot of that'll be online, a lot of that'll be just standard online stuff, but documentaries, films, streaming series, scripted films about some of the events in history, all of that is going to come out of the entertainment industry.
That's right.
That's what we're really servicing because we think that's coming.
Well, precisely, because prime example is my mother-in-law was once the head of the Boston Teachers Union, and because of that became an advisor for the TV show Boston Public whenever it started. And they wanted to know, like, how did the school system actually deal with these things when they happen? And very much the same way, you know, there are technology advisors for movies, all kinds of stuff. Who is the ET advisor?
Yeah, well, except that your mother-in-law, was it your mother-in-law you said?
Yes.
Yeah, she wasn't tainted with the ridicule of her job.
Exactly,
right?
exactly.
And so with
Well,
logic they're bringing
please.
together. That has not happened at the high level. Now, I'm not saying that some of it wasn't happening. We just need to accelerate it.
Well, there have definitely been things like Hangar 21, which was based off of MUFON files, that kind of stuff.
Well,
of course.
yeah.
But at the same token, you don't have like a Richard Dolan sitting in as an advisory person on a movie right now.
I don't.
You know?
I can't say for sure. I mean, it's possible. I'm simply saying that we know that in general, the truth embargo created by the government has kept in some respects, the journalistic world really from these people, the ones that know, the ones that have been trying to learn and understand. It's kept the film industry people apart. Also funding, certainly. That truth embargo is now collapsing. Good. So we don't want to sit around and wait. As that truth embargoes collapse, these people can get together. Let's make it easy. So are we going to be the IMDb of this field? No, we're not. But of course, IMDb is an incredible networking thing, and from one of the greatest databases of all time. But if you want to connect somebody, you gotta join IMDb Pro, and then you're probably getting in touch with their agents, which is fine. We're going to put people directly together in that if you're in the HDA and you feel you want to be in touch with somebody and you say, look, I want to reach that person, can I have their contact? We will give the contact information to that individual.
That is so beautiful.
So they can get directly in contact. If necessary, has to go through an agent, fine, go through an agent. But overall, we're going to accelerate the ability of these people to collaborate, because if disclosure comes as soon as I think it will, all hell's going to break loose.
Oh, absolutely. And the prime example of collaboration is exactly, even just looking at the government collaboration in the last 2 years since Arrow was founded.
Right.
And the mass amount of things that have happened just in the time that we've talked since you were last on my show.
Basically, the truth embargo is over.
Oh, yeah.
It's not fully over until the president confirms. I think they understand that.
Yeah.
I think the term disclosure is well, I think, understood in the government now. It's not just small d disclosure.
Yeah.
It is capital E confirmation. And it was notable that in the current bill pending to be signed in late December, the National Defense Authorization Act, the 60-some line, is there a page? No, it's 60 pages rather of the act that involves the UAP issue.
Oh wow!
That amendment, that act, is called the UAP Disclosure Act. That's what they called it under the law. It's called the UAP Disclosure Act. So I think that's a little message. Yeah,
That's
they
beautiful.
get it. Okay, it's not the UAP Let's Find Out Act or the UAP Revelation Act. It's the UAP Disclosure Act. And so again, I think that it's over. I think they know it. And now it's a question of getting the thing set for the president to be able to confirm.
Yeah.
And virtually everything is in place as of this legislation, certainly. Except one more thing. We have to have the powerful hearings.
Yeah.
With the major witnesses, the ones that are just intensely significant, almost all military. That hearing has to take place probably over a week at least, and that will be sufficient to allow the president to come forward and confirm. Yeah. Without that, it's tough for the president to come out and say it right now.
Yeah.
There's been some things happening, but David Grush comes forward and confirms the ET bodies and ET craft. Is that enough for the president to step out? Not really.
Yeah.
Not there. There needs to be, it's basically a single individual's testimony. There needs to be 10, 12, 15 witnesses. I think that's coming, but it's in the hands of Mark Shermer.
Yeah.
Senator Mark Warner. It's in the hands of Mark Warner, who is the chairman of the Intel Committee.
Yeah.
History literally stands on his shoulders right now.
Yeah, and that is a large and heavy burden for sure, because
Good call.
The one thing, even whenever I had you on the show last, the one thing that I have said consistently is that when it comes to big D disclosure, it has to be through legal means. It has to go through that process.
Well, yeah.
The first thing that we're going to do is exactly what Grush said: follow the money. And when you come up to the brick wall, those are the people that you need to talk to. Those are the people that have been either hiding technology, reverse engineering technology.
There's multiple bases for the programs being classified.
Oh, sure.
But the disclosure is a big deal, and it has to be done appropriately. It just can't be somebody's fed up and they're going to get out there.
And that's kind of what I've said, is that, we've got to slow boil it and make sure that it's done properly.
We slow boil it.
Most
it's definitely slow boil.
I mean, you've been.
It's now boiled.
You've been the official disclosure lobbyist for 20 years now. So
we needed Aero. We needed NASA to get involved, get a study group together. We needed the legislation. We needed briefings of members of Congress. We needed the structure. We needed the legislation that will explain how information will move out from the secret world into to be analyzed and so forth, and then into the archives, into the public. All of that pretty much is now put in place with the passage of this bill.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic road to just sit back and fly on the wall watch for the last 2 years to see this beautiful culmination of things actively happening.
And if anyone wants to really kind of see the record as the best record that's available right now, there'll be books, God knows, is go to my website, paradigmresearchgroup.org, and then under resources, just hover, comes down, go to Print Media Archive, click through there, go to the main archive, and there you'll find 15,000 news articles about this in chronological order. So you can go back a year or whatever and just start reading forward. And in the news, literally, you're seeing it all unfold as covered by the news. So it's now covered.
And they even said that in the last hearing with Grush. They said, thank you to the media for your assistance in getting this out there.
The journalists, we've been pounding away at the journalists for years. They have kept their distance. They have played it this way and that way. They've not refused to really jump in. They're finally coming around.
Yeah.
we could argue that this is late, that they should have done this much sooner, but in any event, they are coming around. And again, when you're the government and you're looking out and the journalists are into this and everything else, you know it's over.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I've got to wrap this up.
Precisely, absolutely.
We done?
Most definitely. Once again, let everybody know where they can go to find everything from Paradigm Research Group.
ParadigmResearchGroup.org.
Fantastic. While you're online checking out all the amazing work of Stephen Bassett and Paradigm Research Group, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm. CuriousRealm.com is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe. That's where you can find links to great sites like Paradigm Research Group.
Got a lot of links on there.
Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, everybody. We'll be right back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars right here in Las Vegas, Nevada, right after this. Cool.
With the rise in attention to the health benefits of cannabis and cannabinoids, including CBD, True Hemp Science has become one of the premier providers of full-spectrum CBD and CBD-related products. Using a proprietary spagyric process, True Hemp Science extracts maximum benefit from the whole hemp plant. Buds, leaves, stems, seeds, even roots. Every part of the plant is used and then reused to formulate a rich, complex profile of CBD, CBD derivatives, and terpenes guaranteed to provide the relief and benefits you need daily. Visit TrueHempScience.com to experience the best CBD oils, edibles, and topicals on the market today. And use code CURIOUS7 to save 7% off your entire purchase of $50 or more and get 2 25 milligram CBD cookies or brownies free. That website again is TrueHempScience.com and the code is CURIOUS7. The Curious Realm Podcast is your source for the latest and greatest news and events in the world of the paranormal, esoteric, and forbidden knowledge. And there's no better way to spark the conversation than with items from the Curious Realm store. Choose from fan favorites like hoodies, mouse pads, coffee mugs, and more. Buy books and items from your favorite Curious Realm guests. Get your hands on the latest gear for paranormal investigations and experiments we discuss on the show. Open your web browser and stop on by the Curious Realm store at curiousrealm.com/store to buy the latest Curious Realm wear and out-of-this-world gifts for yourself, your family, or a mind that you want to open. That website again is curiousrealm.com/store. Have you considered starting a podcast? Looking for a way to make your business a voice of authority in an industry? Then Podcast Cadet is the solution for you. Whether starting a podcast for yourself, your brand, business, school, church, or just plain fun, Podcast Cadet is here to help you navigate the waters of the podcast industry. specializing in one-on-one consultation and training with industry professionals in fields ranging from podcast technology and editing to distribution, monetization, and even social media strategies. Podcast Cadet tailors their services to the specific needs of you and your podcast. Do you already have a podcast and trying to find ways to engage and grow your audience? Sign up for your Podcast Cadet audit today and let us help you explore new and exciting ways to leverage your content and elevate your podcast brand to whole new levels. From consultational workshops to affordable podcast production and maintenance packages, Podcast Cadet is your one-stop shop for everything podcast related on the internet. Visit podcastcadet.com today to sign up for your consultation or training and use code CURIOUS20 to save 20% off your entire purchase. That website again is podcastcadet.com.
Well, hello everybody, and welcome to the Curious Room's continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here at the Luxor in Las Vegas, Nevada. We have the great pleasure of being joined by remote viewer and anomalous encounter researcher Tracy Garbutt-Dolan. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Absolutely. How did you first come to the world of remote viewing?
Well, I bumped into it, to be honest. I did it in, I'm trained in controlled remote viewing, but when I first bumped into it, it was at a school I was going to. I don't know if you've ever heard of this, but its name is Ramtha. That's the name of the school.
Yeah.
And they were basically practicing disciplines of the mind. And I've always been interested in anything I can do to explore the mind. Okay. And one of the disciplines we did, just as a trial, was basic sending and receiving. And I was okay, you know. Okay. And then we did something called a future remote view. And basically what happens, so this is not in the controlled protocol method. Mm-hmm. This is a loose method. Yes. But so on the, let's say we arrive on a Saturday and we do the remote view that day, but the person who's going to pick the target isn't even chosen until the next Saturday.
Okay.
So we're going to remote view what this person is going to pick a week later, a week in the future. So I thought, okay, I'm game.
Sure.
I didn't really think that would happen, but I got a hit on that. And so ever since then, I've been extremely intrigued by how can we do this? What is this? It's hard when it happens, you don't fully integrate what's happening. You're just like, okay, where do I go from here, you know? And so after that, I ended up signing up for a course in Canada with Paul Elder, who's connected to the Monroe Institute. Yeah. And I just pursued it deeply as an exploration of my own mind. It was on behalf of all of us, you know. I'm fascinated by what's different about all of our minds, and I think that we don't really actively explore it that much, and remote viewing was this amazing way to dig in and kick around and see what we got in here, you know, and what we can do. So
absolutely, especially I'm a big fan of protocol remote viewing, you know, controlled remote viewing. It's amazing, but when it comes to intuitive remote viewing, things like that, like what you're talking about, where you kind of step away from the protocol.
So I think it's important to do both. So my official training is CRV, controlled remote viewing. That was just a sampling that I had that got me interested in it.
Sure.
But I also really appreciate the protocols. I think it's really important. I think that understanding why we want to not have front loading, you know, why we want to be blind to the target, learning about the process of questioning our own mind.
Sure.
As part of the protocols is really important. I think there's a lot to be gleaned there.
Yeah. Were you ever involved in the world of mediumship or anything like that? Were you an intuitive before you took these classes?
I usually don't talk about it very much, but I think just about any of us who got into controlled remote viewing or intuitive remote viewing got there because something has happened that has given us a hint that there's more to our minds.
Yeah.
And there's an extra sensory perception that we're not exploring totally. So,
no, absolutely.
Yes, I do come from that side of the fence.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay. And that's okay.
Yeah.
Whenever I've interviewed Lynn Buchanan the few times that I had, amazing individual.
Yes.
But the one thing he says is, though we all have a propensity to be psychic, and some people may be able to naturally flex that more than others, learning to be psychic is different.
Yeah.
But anybody can be taught to control remote view.
Yeah.
Whether you have a propensity to be psychic or medium or intuitive or not. And that is what, to me, is the most remarkable thing. The work from SRI, things like that, where it is just documented. Out of all the conferences that I go to, that is the one that I go to where people have commas and letters behind their names.
Yes, isn't that amazing?
Like laser physicists, nuclear physicists, psychiatrists, psychologists. It is phenomenal to see the literal panoply of education that is in that field.
Yeah.
It is awesome.
And it's also great validation for the intuitive remote viewing, mediumship, psychics for so long that we're so marginalized, and it really does validate them.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
And I know my audience is probably tired of hearing it in the last 3 days of coverage. I've smooth said it 10 times. The whole concept that quantum entanglement won the Nobel Peace Prize. I take it directly back to remote viewing. Every time, like that is the paper that was written that started remote viewing, was scientists inadvertently affecting their experiments when they were just thinking about them.
Yeah.
And this goes, despite all statistic, which on paper, in the lab, remote viewing is proven again, proven again. All this does is further scientifically confirm the fact that yes, we are connected beyond a huge number of means. It's remarkable the ways that we are vibrationally connected together and connected to the world around us if you're willing to be open to that.
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree with you more.
What would you recommend for somebody looking to get into remote viewing for the first time?
Well, that's an interesting question. I've just been asked that several times since my lecture, and I don't have a good answer because I don't teach it. There's lots of amazing people out there, and but
I always recommend Irva myself.
that was going to be the next thing out of my mouth, and what I did with every single person that came up, I wrote Irva on a card for them.
Yeah.
It's sort of the central hub of resource and a trusted source as well. So yeah, that's where I usually send them to, because these days, I mean, I did it in a classroom, and there's a great benefit to that, as you probably know. But these days, a lot of people want to do it online.
Yeah.
And I understand. So I don't have good resources for people who want to do it online, but I'm sure Irva does.
Yes.
I'm sure they do.
Yes, Irva does. I know Lynn Buchanan has online classes.
Oh, I didn't know his were online.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, good.
He's online. I want to say
Is Lori
Angela
Williams
Thompson,
maybe?
Angela Thompson-Smith
She's online.
has online classes.
Is Lori Williams online?
I believe
maybe?
so.
Oh, okay, good.
So
I just haven't been keeping up.
There are a few online resources for that kind of stuff. So I want to thank you so much for your time during this very busy Stairway to the Stars. Your table over there has been chock full. So
thank you for your patience.
Absolutely. No worries at all.
Thank you.
Whenever you're at these events, it is about being able to get your message and what you're doing out to the people. So that is always primary and paramount, as always. So,
well, and thank you for your enthusiasm for the topic. Obviously, you have great enthusiasm
I
for
am getting ready to start Lynn Buchanan's classes
myself. Oh, you
myself.
are? Oh, wonderful.
So, let everybody
is
know.
Amazing.
Oh, he is. He is an amazing, just human being in person to begin with. Let everybody know where they can go to follow you online, where they can go to contact you.
Well, I actually don't have a really big online presence, but I can be found at richarddolanmembers.com. So even though it's a membership website, we do have a lot of free content, and at least it would be a jumping point to find me.
Okay.
No, I'm going to be publishing an article there this week on abductions and close encounters, and I'm sure there'll be some remote viewing coming out in the future.
I would love to have you back on to talk about the remote viewing ET paranormal connection, because there is a lot there.
There is a lot there. A lot of the professional, highest level remote viewers have had encounters through their remote viewing.
Absolutely. Well,
wonderful.
Thank you so much, Tracy, once again. While you are online checking out all of the amazing work of Tracy Garbutt-Dolan, make sure to stop on by Curious Realm, curiousrealm.com. It's where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can like, follow, subscribe, where you can buy the books and videos of our guests. Stay tuned through these commercial breaks, everybody. We will be right back with our continuing coverage of Stairway to the Stars here in fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada at the Luxor, right after this. Hey there, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in to this amazing episode of interviews. It was fantastic coming here to Stairway to the Stars. We got to talk with tons of researchers, tons of authors, and even the topics of Bigfoot being shared here, remote viewing, prophecies being fulfilled. There has been a panoply of topics and researchers here for presentations. Make sure to keep your eyes out for this conference next year, everybody. While you are online checking out everything that is Stairway to the Stars and Disclosurefest.org, make sure to stop on by CuriousRealm.com. That is where you can find all the episodes. That's where you can find all of our guest books. That's where you can go to the videos page, follow things. That's where you can go to the Knowledge Vault and find all kinds of declassified government documents and programs. Take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and remember, stay curious, everybody. We'll see you in the next episode. Bye-bye.
Thank you for tuning in to this episode of The Curious Realm. Stay tuned for more guests, forbidden topics, and hidden truths. Download the official Curious Realm app and view the Knowledge Vault on our website, curiousrealm.com. Follow us on social media by searching Curious Realm. Curious Realm is available on your favorite podcast services, as well as YouTube, Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV through the APR TV app, available on all app markets. Curious Realm is a proud member of the HC Universal Network family of podcasts. For more great content or to become a sponsor of Curious Realm or other podcasts, visit hcuniversalnetwork.com today. Thanks for listening. Stay curious. And remember, the other side is always watching.